There are open community council positions for president and treasurer with one potential candidate considering running. Recent concerns have been raised regarding the stables GoFundMe account. Unfortunately, some initial options would have caused delays. After working with Mr. Olson, a possible solution is currently being tested. More information will be shared once we receive feedback from the GoFundMe.
Fort Clark Days.
Okay, Fort Clark Days. We have been doing fundraisers, hot dog, ice cream sales on July 4th and Labor Day, bake sale at Seminole Days, fall festival in November, movie night, concessions. We have been out soliciting donations from businesses per usual, but most wait until after January to donate. So donations will hopefully increase soon. We still need volunteers for some of the tasks during Fort Clark Days. Mary Ann Oliver is volunteering sign up person again this year. Please get with her if you can volunteer at all during Fort Clark Days or our fundraisers. We need people that are willing to work in sessions on movie nights. We still need someone to head up the meals during the Fort Clark Days. We provide meals to our living historians in the NCO club while they are here. We have volunteers to do some cooking and to serve. We need someone to volunteer to head up this job. We're still having monthly meetings. Our next meeting is January the 18th at 2 p.m. in the Boardroom. We are having our second annual hangover lunch and polar plunge on January the 1st. The hangover lunch will be at Dickman Hall with the polar plunge to follow in the second floor. Tickets are $12 and will be available at the admin office. Please bring cash.
I want to throw out a big thank you to all the volunteers. We have multiple volunteers working on multiple areas, specifically for our base. I see Mr. Joel Ulrich here. He is doing a fabulous job at the adult center. All the volunteers, I mean, I'm just so appreciative of all of them that help us all the time. Treasury report.
All right. So here's where we paid all the insurance and taxes. Right. Okay. So here in October is where we paid all the insurance and taxes and pulled us down, but our operating balance has been going up fairly well. Buildium is nearly well completed. There's just a few items that we're working with the bookkeepers and the staff to straighten out and require individual research. But I can tell you that we are getting in the range of $2,500 a month to preservation and about $6,500 a month to the restricted fund. We haven't transferred the money yet, but that by the end of the year it will be, I don't know, about $80,000 to $85,000. We're going to have to pull out of the operating account, about 55,000 or so into restricted and maybe 18 or 19 into the conservation fund. So that will drop us back down to, basically where we were in November. But as you can see from the restricted balance, we have maintained this, at a very even level all the way back to August 2022, except for when we dumped the ERC money in there and yanked it out here.
What's the current balance
Of this?
for the restricted fund?
Available to us is 40,000 in preservation and 99,000 in the restricted fund. But we could add, let's say, another 18 to 20 into here, and another maybe $55,000 into here. When we finalize the numbers. Yeah.
Well, but today, what is the current balance on?
Okay,
99 and
99 and 40. So say 140. 140 there. And the overall or total amounts are also they drop down, but they're starting to come back up, partially due to collections and also not putting the restricted money and preservation in there. But collections is certainly driving up our overall totals. As far as the amount of interest, it's been going down a little, but only because our balances are going down. And also the rate is not as good as it was before. It's like 3.61 is what we were getting in November in our money, but we were getting about 4 to even 5 back here in last July 2024. But the difference in the interest that we were not getting is almost down to nothing because we've closed most of our bank accounts. We barely only have Texas Community. It's not a credit card, it's labeled credit card because all the credit card payments got dumped in there for some reason historically. But that will soon be closed out as well. We'll see one more item out of there. So overall, we're doing okay with our balances. We certainly didn't go broke. We do need a full cash flow analysis, but we'll get that once we get all the books straight, which we are working with the bookkeeper. So as far as the motel goes, it looks like in November 2025, we pulled in about $23,000. No, yes, 2025, 23,000, but November 2024, closer to 16,000. So I guess the pipeliners have brought us some money, even with partial use, partial availability, we're still better than we were last year. As far as member services go, it looks like we have very few sales and transfers, at least in November. Maybe we have some this month, I'm not sure. And looks like charter memberships are giving back, and some other non-performing lots are giving back 4 or 5 of those. So that'll be a slow process getting all those non-performing lots back into our hands, but oh well, it will happen. That's just what I have for now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's always continual chatter throughout the ether regarding our finances. Does anybody here have any specific questions regarding what Mr. Long just presented? We present it every month. We present what we have. I regret that it's not $1 million. That's our goal, but that's what we have. There's no funny business happening. And I'm talking also to TV land because the chatter is consistent. Where's all the money? Where's all the money? Where's all the money? Where's it being spent? Blah, 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 blah. It just explains where it's all at. It's not going anywhere. It's in the bank and we're making expenses. Yes, Mr.
Bill Harmon, I'm only asking a question. Are we paying the bills?
Yes. Yes.
That's all we can ask for right now.
Absolutely. The bills are being paid.
I love you, Bill.
Thank you, Jason.
Let me ask a question about that. I know months ago, Jason, you said that you would not be opposed to putting all the financials on the website. Are you still opposed? Are you still in favor of that or not?
No, I would like to hand out all bank statements, credit card statements, and everything.
You're gonna hand it out or put it on
I'd
the
like to
website?
make it electronically available to everyone, so there's no copying headache for this.
Mike,
So there wouldn't be a copying headache for the staff, just more of a procedure that these are the lists of things that we will provide. And they will be there and then you can just go see them whenever. But
Okay.
until we get the monies. Until we reconcile the last few things from Buildium and then move that income into QuickBooks, the P&L will not be accurate or maybe even useful. So that we've got the new accounting firm is helping, the staff is working on that. It's quite time consuming. We hadn't had a bookkeeper since May. And there's a lot of things that need to be, the eyes.
So that's gonna happen sometime.
Yes.
Okay, the other question that I know that I've had discussed is, we had this Fidelity account at 800,000 and it went all the way down to almost zero when we paid the taxes and the insurance. Can we get a list of the checks that were written when that decrease was happening? Over about a 8-month period?
I mean, the checks are on the bottom of the bank statement. Most of the checks are not really written out of Fidelity, right? I think most of them are coming from Bank of Trust, yeah.
Most.
So
And the
can we
Bank
get a
of Trust-
list of
the
those
Bank of-
checks that were written during that time period?
You can get the statements which have a copy of the check and who was written to and the date on it and everything there and all the transactions from that account.
Who can get that?
I can give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more announcement. There's a trash can, a white trash can over here. And because I'm a member of the recycle center, if y'all can dump your aluminum cans and your plastics in there, make it easy for me when I take them out of it. Thank you.
Make sure they're clean.
It's okay, I'll wash them. Just throw them in there.
No.
Okay, now, Mr. Long, we done? We're good?
I'm good.
Okay, Ms. Cavender, please.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I see a lot of smiles out there. That's good. David, smile. Thank you. Okay. Staffing contracts agreements. Most of you may know Mr. Lee Gilby. He's one of many great volunteers who's done a fantastic job in our hunting. I have really been listening to feedback from the members, and a lot of them say they want me out on the property more often. Well, unfortunately, I have a lot of administration duties to do. So I cannot get out as much as I would like to. I do get out, but not as much as I'd like to. And so we did not hire a marketing person after they left. And so I got really hard. What can I do for us to get out there and monitor everything that's going on, from maintenance to contractors, to streets, to trees, to whatever. And so I developed a position for Mr. Gilby because he is an amazing person. He's retiring. He's got so much experience in safety and everything. And so he's going to be my facilities and infrastructure compliance manager. And what he will be doing is primary responsibilities. He'll be routine inspections of common areas, historic buildings, roads, signage, drainage systems, trails, hunting areas, blinds, RV park, golf maintenance, contractor perform ground services. And I'm just highlighting what he'll be helping with. And then he'll be reporting to me with deficiencies, photos, supporting documentation, recorded repairs or safety actions, priority items, and compliance issues. He'll also be part of the crisis planning responsibility that he'll be working with Richard and Matt. And then oversight and coordination, he'll work closely with maintenance, the RV park, golf maintenance, grounds contractor, security to resolve and identify issues. He will be the eyes out there for me and then come back and report to me, what do we need to do? Where do we need to work at? What needs to be done? And I think this is going to be because, in all honesty, the general manager can't do all of that. And so I got really hard. What can I do to make what I do better for the members? And so that's what I came up with. So he'll start next week. If you have any questions, let me know. Delinquency and collections. Oh, wait, for that. Please note, if members would like to use any of our venues without rental reservations, if they're not renting it, because when you rent it, you get a contract and it states all the liabilities in the contract. If you are using, let's just say we're using the theater right now. We are letting community council use it and we're not charging them because that's our part in helping them raise money. But what we do need to do is we have to have a memorandum of understanding to protect us and to protect who's ever using the facility. So going forward, if they don't have a rental reservation, that this may be permitted with GM approval. However, an MOU must be signed prior to use. So anytime somebody uses a facility that we have donated for a cause or not have to pay the rental, they will have to sign an MOU. Okay. Delinquency and collections. We are pleased to announce that we have put 37 liens on delinquent accounts, and we have 15 pre-liens pending. In the last 3 weeks alone, we have collected $50,889.89 in outstanding debt. My staff has been working nonstop on the phone, sending letters. Anna's been the
57. You said 57,000.
57,000. That's what I said.
You said 50.
Oh, I'm sorry, 57,000. My bad. I have it written down right here. 57,889.89. Okay. As a reminder, late charges began on November 21st, which will be on each individual account that members own. So if you have 5 lots, you'll get 5 late charges. The late charge is $30. If we have from the 1st all the way to the 20th. So I'm going to presume that's long enough to make sure that everybody is on time. We have 20 days. Normal life, you only have 5 days. So if you're late on your credit card, they're gonna charge you right away. So I think I'm pretty nice on the whole thing. I would think you guys would agree, right? Okay, operations. I have some great news I'd like to share. Hunting. Year to date, our hunting program has brought in $56,462.50. Last year, at this same time, we brought in $53,725. This is an increase of $2,737.50, which is a 5.10% increase. In an effort to market and educate youth about hunting and safety, we are hosting the weekend of February 6th, 7th, and 8th, the Texas Youth Hunting Program through Texas Parks and Wildlife. So they will have youths the ages 9 to 17. There will be 10 male or female, and the program is named Landowner Perspective. I know that Sharon will ask this question. Do we have insurance? Yes. Texas does the insurance and takes all the liability off the board. If you want more information, I can mail it to you. Okay. RV park. For the month of November, they brought in $46,741.07. Year to date, we brought in $110,490.71. In 2024, year to date, we only brought in $48,922.59. This is what the pipeliners have brought to us. That's an amazing accomplishment. That's an amazing income. Yes.
Just to clarify, because I think that's kind of confusing, it's fiscal year to date, correct? Okay.
Yes, fiscal year. Sorry. Yes, from October 1st
Yep.
to now. That is 125% increase from last year. So I'm thinking, however it happens, I'm thanking it very much. And then in November, the RV park had an event that was so extremely successful. They had food vendors, they had a DJ, and I heard how fantastic everybody had a great time there. And so they're going to host another one in January. And all proceeds go towards making more upgrades at the RV park. I'd also like to let you know that we've upgraded the equipment out there. Jason, this specific is for like the Wi-Fi, right?
You bought, according to,
Mike.
well, we need one more mic. And, they purchased some mesh, repeaters and a new router and, some Wi-Fi equipment, because that's what our provider said where we were lacking, and we'll see if that is what we were lacking.
Thank you. We were getting complaints from people that were out there that the Wi-Fi kept cutting off and it wasn't working and they were frustrated. And so the person, Joe Montalvo, who does our internet for the admin building, the motel and RV park, I said our equipment was so old that we needed to upgrade it. And so I had planned that I knew this last year. So we finally got it. And I believe he started installing it. So I'm really hoping to see a big difference out there. Bookkeeping services and audit. Velen is working with Jason and the staff to continue to reconcile building and the QuickBooks, as Jason mentioned. And we have also engaged with, begun working with our auditors for this year. Reserve study, I know they're going to mention it, but we've got 2 quotes now. First quote, obviously, from last time we talked about it, was $24,500. Second quote is for $39,950, but they did say it was negotiable. So whenever we're ready, I'm sure we'll get more
input from other, companies that do that as well. So we're still working on that. Capital budget is still being reworked. I'm hoping to have another draft in January. I've, had some challenges with staffing in some places and some staffing that, had emergency family issues. And so there was a lot that I had to do because we were short on staff in the last month and a half. Volunteers, friendly partnership support, Ulrichs are making much progress on the old gym area in the adult center. Now, if anybody would like to purchase, we do have the big universal machine. We have it out of maintenance because we had to move it. If somebody would like to look at it and want to purchase it, you certainly can. But I will tell you, it's going to need a lot of work. Pretty much rebuilt, except for the metal plates. That's probably the only thing that's worth any money on it. But you're welcome to come look at it. The pickleball court is, oh, and I invite everybody to go to the adult center and look. If you're there after we're done here, I'm gonna come and look, okay? The pickleball court is awesome. Thank you to all who made that happen. If you have not joined or seen the court, please go take a gander. We still could use 2 more volunteers for architecture. Bruce Smith and his lovely wife are still cleaning up and much appreciated. And I know there's volunteers that are out there that help. Warren, you volunteer all the time. I know there's other people that are out there. So if I've missed you, I just want to say thank you. Just like Memo does, we appreciate your help. And then events, marketing, hunting special is still going on, 25% off until January 15th. Our lot sale is still in effect until January 31st, which we've sold a lot just recently. And that's 25% off until the 31st. And then Daniel and Mr. Hugh are working together on a New Year's Eve party at Dickman, which is free food, music, not free drinks, so sorry. But donations are welcome. Okay, thank you guys.
Quick question, Ms. Kavler. Who spearheaded the bringing the youth to Portland Springs for the hunting?
Oh, Lee Gilby.
Who?
Lee Gilby.
He spearheaded bringing the group here? And how many children are we?
About 10.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. They're gonna be staying at the service club / NCO club.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Next item. Next items, committee reports. Do we have a report from the airport committee?
I mean, when did we get the report from them? Like 1995?
No, we found a couple, but it's not a lot.
Ms. Anna confirmed that she is requesting, she sent out an email, but she's not getting anything back, so. I guess we need to maybe light a match and see if they'll give us some more information. Architectural committee, anyone here from the architecture committee?
I'm here.
Okay,
Good morning, Vincent Valdez. The report on November 25th, we got up and running. We've got 4 members. We voted in officers. We approved 4 permits, 2 repair applications, and 3 violation letters. As Ms. Calendar said, we would like to see 2 or 3 more volunteers for the architecture committee. We need messaging out on the applications. They're coming so incomplete. It gives Matt a lot of work, gives us a lot of work. We're having to go out for to ask questions with the people. So if we could just get the messaging out that please just read the application and fill out everything, that would help. It would help the process. In the past, we had Wednesday 5 o'clock as a deadline, and I'd like to remind people that is the deadline to submit an application for your application to be reviewed for the next Tuesday meeting. We're having to go and take pictures and add it to the files and stuff like that. It just slows the process down. Special thanks to Matt for all the help on getting going, and that's it.
Mr. Valdez, who's the chairman of the architecture committee?
I am.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you. And
Thank
Mike
you.
Caddy is the vice chair, and Linda Charlo is our secretary,
Fabulous.
with Terry Wolf as one of the committee members.
Fabulous. So you need 3 full-time members or people that will fill in when someone's out?
Well, no, we'd like to have 2 or 3 more full-time members.
What's your total currently?
4.
Okay, folks, another opportunity to volunteer. We need people on the architecture committee. I'm sure we have a lot of people with spare time.
I got one question. Have you guys had a chance to look at the ARC functionality in Buildium?
No,
No.
Are you
we're waiting. I'm excited about that.
waiting on?
I'm ready.
I'm glad we have an ARC committee now. It's great. We just need one more? Y'all typically have 5?
Typically 5,
Could
but
be
we can
more.
have up to 7.
5 to 7. Okay,
Yes.
very good. Thank you for being volunteering for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bliss.
Anything else? No?
Golf committee, the golf committee here, Mr. Madden.
This last month, we've paid for Dyke Stewart made a bunch of tee box markers and worked really hard. We paid for the paint on that. We ordered new flags. The road between number 9 Green and the creek is bad. I mean, it's got some holes this big. What's that's doing is people are driving around it and now onto the golf course, and that's not good. So I've ordered a load of caliche, and Max is gonna get that, and Philip will spray it, fill up those holes. And,
Would it help any to put some rocks, and we have rocks along the line there that protect the golf
the
course?
caliche mashes down a lot better.
Okay. No, but I'm talking about big rocks.
No, that, I think it'll make it worse. Oh, you mean to keep them from driving around?
Yes.
They'll just drive over the rock. The people are not.
No, no, big rock, big rocks.
Well, I mean, if you got some big rocks, we'd love to have them, but,
Okay,
but whatever. Now, then it takes 3 minutes to avoid it, shut them down.
yeah,
So, I mean, that's, one problem creates another.
or posts or something, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and, Kevin and I were talking about doing some night golf. And he's found the kid. We're gonna go ahead and pay for it. Seth Brick said he would pay me back. So to do some of this night golf and hopefully raise a little bit of money doing that. Okay, so anyway, I just did some totals this morning. So the golf committee for the last 3 years has spent on the golf course $33,272.38. 23 was the biggest because we had an issue with general managers and there was nobody to approve anything. So we spent, like in 2 months, we spent like $17,000. Every time, Max was just hired. Every time he needed something to keep them going through all the processes, we just paid for everything. And it really drained our account. But as of now, in 2025, we've only spent like $4,000.
What's your current balance?
Our current balance is $6,218.50. And that'll be less whatever Max is spending for the cleats and flags. He didn't give me a receipt yet. So I don't know, we probably got $6,000, $5,800, something like that. And it's available for anything he needs. And
Fabulous.
so that's about it. And, y'all know what we do. We do tournaments, we raise money, it all goes to the golf course. We have no payroll, we have no expenses. Every nickel we get in is for the golf course.
So the volunteers are raising money, and the volunteers that raise the money's going back into the golf course.
Yeah.
Without asking the membership for money.
Yeah, everything we do. Whenever we do a tournament, our biggest tournament is the shrimp bowl.
Gotcha.
It makes the most money. People really like that. And that goes into that. We're not doing the Los Morris anymore. Golf Association, Kevin has taken that over and they're doing a super job. So
Fabulous.
we just ran out of people and patience, frankly.
Yeah, I think I really appreciate you coming because sometimes the public's not aware of what the totality of what's being spent by a private club for the golf course.
Mhm.
And it's unfortunate that, again, that our bank account is not where it needs to be put into the golf course. And to do the best we can, we do what we can. So I appreciate it.
Well, this doesn't really take in the amount of labor as well.
Correct.
I've done several things out there just on my own that, not reflected in here and others have as well.
Yeah, I've seen the cutting of trees. I've seen volunteers cutting with their own lawnmowers out there as well.
that kind of stuff. Built the water boxes out there, things like that. It's not big, but it adds up. So
Yes, sir.
anyway, that's what golf committee does.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? All
I
good?
appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Hey, Hollywood, how's it going?
It's gonna be a long answer. Preservation Committee. Good morning.
For our December meeting, you've gotten it today, I think, in your packet, is the two motel buildings repairs. And for your going forward, however you see fit with that. It is something that the Preservation Committee cannot pay for out of its own funds. We have about 40,000 some odd dollars, and the bids come in for more than that. We also have Warren Thompson working on the adult center. We had 21 broken windows in the adult center alone. And Warren volunteered to fix those windows. And Eva Huey on the Preservation Committee is overseeing his work. And the reason I'm bringing this one up is because I'm really concerned about vandalism on the fort. I do not see that there's any way that a lawnmower throwing a rock is going to hit 21 windows on one building. So I don't know what the answer is, but something that we need to probably have some people take a look at. We have 5 buildings under repair right now. The deadline for them is December 31st, and if they're done by then, the contractor was to get a bonus. He has informed us that he will not be finished by the end of the month, so there will be no bonus going to him. So saying that, the reason we wanted to get it done by January 1st is because in January, we have the Kinney County Historical Commission come in and inspect all of the buildings that have a historical plaque or marker on them. And then this includes homeowners too, but we're not concerned about the homeowners. We're just concerned about the buildings that the fort owns. Last year, when they came, several of the Preservation Committee people who are also at that time were on the Historical Commission went along with them. We were really concerned about what kind of inspection they were doing. We got dinged on the Post Theater, this is an example, for a broken screen that a piece of hail had hit. That's not about preservation. And yet we've had problems with these inspections. I have reached out to the State Historical Commission to get the guidelines, and I haven't heard back from them. And then I learned from a homeowner that the Historical Commission does send out a notice, and I didn't receive it. Did you get it, Charlene? A notice about the inspection?
No.
Well, so there we go. I mean, it's a problem because I wanted to be able to say to them, what's required is that the Historical Commission come and they can stand in the street. You can have them stand in the street around the sidewalk and look at the building. That is not what they've been doing. They've been going up and touching the windows on houses and other buildings and, the doors and everything and really nitpicking it. And so what I was going to do, if I had been able to get a hold of Historical Commission, the state, fast enough, I was going to ask that we not have them come up right to our buildings, but to examine them from the street or the sidewalk so that we can stop, because this impacts how much tax we pay to the county. We get a reduction if the building passes inspection. then we get a 25% discount of our taxes on each one of those buildings that passes that inspection. So it is important. It helps us save money. So I'll keep working on that. Okay, the repairs we have in progress right now are the NCO building, the theater, post theater. The two that are complete is the stables. We did $1,500 worth of repairs on the stable. And we're the adult center, or not the adult center, the art center. It's not complete yet, but that's in progress. So that's where we are. Thank you.
Dr. Kilgore, a quick question regarding the windows at the adult center. Is it the glass that's broken or the frame is messed up?
The
Or
glass.
so the glass needs to be replaced?
Yeah, and that's what Warren's doing. I mean, Warren, do you want to say something?
It's just, and no one knows whether someone threw a rock a week ago, 6 months ago, a year
No,
ago, or hail.
We
or hail.
have a task force within the preservation committee that goes out and inspects our buildings monthly. Okay.
So then,
So it's been over the last 2-3 months.
that the windows been broken?
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's not good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Lane, recycling?
Morning. We have about 15 bales done and probably about 15 boxes. So, but we need about 12 more before we could ship. So that should probably be in January. And I always encourage people, particularly beer drinkers, we really need aluminum. And, or, you know, so the aluminum is great. It's now December's price, $1,560 for a ton. But obviously, beer cans are very light, so we need a lot of them. So keep drinking. The other one, milk cartons have gone up, that they call natural plastic. $800 a ton, so either drink milk or beer, whichever. And bring it over there. Now, I think we've kind of slacked off. I don't see as many people as we used to have, so I don't know what's going on. But we surely accept people's recyclables. And the other wonderful Ed and Janet Miller are going to give us signs 2x3, one for the outside of the gate and one for the storage building. So I'm very, I mean, they're not there yet, but they're working on them. So I'm really pleased and happy. No cost.
Nice.
And that's great. Let's see, the other thing, this is, I could bitch. 30-quart garbage bags. Garbage bags left outside of our gate this morning. And so I get a call, what are we gonna do with big giant garbage? You know, I mean, we have a sign there that says, do not leave stuff at the gate. So I don't know, vandalism and leaving garbage for
Is it
recycling.
garbage or recyclables?
No, the garbage.
Oh,
Yeah. It was, you know, we looked.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
DNA on it.
yeah, no names associated with the garbage. But anyway, they're now at the roadside for Monday pickup for the trash people. And the other issue, I've been getting protein drinks that had caps on them. And we can't take caps because when they're compacted, they explode. So I'm opening caps, and the protein drinks are pretty much based with milk. And I'll tell you what, right? So they're all in the garbage now too. But please wash out all the containers and keep the caps in your own trash. We don't need smelly recycles. So most of the people are wonderful, washing out veggie cans and whatnot. But those protein drinks are just awful. So I appreciate it because, it attracts flies and it's just not good. So that's it.
Helena, by chance, just by chance, 'cause I can't recall, 'cause I don't hang out in Dickman home that much. Do we have a recycle bin so that Daniel will collect the cans that he collects?
I help Daniel and I take it.
Oh, okay. So
I pick it up.
there is a process in place where everything that we drink over here in cans is taken over to the recycle center.
And all the paper, everything. Every once in a while I get it all.
Fabulous.
And I
I
fill
didn't
up
know
the
that. Thank you so much.
Yay,
Thank you,
Pat.
Pat.
Yeah. So.
That's it. Thank you.
I
Yes.
have the invoice.
Go over here, invoice over here.
No, it's okay. I don't want to go over there.
No,
It's just shrink wrap.
she just needs an invoice.
24.
It's just another little bitty thing that's a pain in the butt. Okay? Please make sure that you look at your containers. We cannot take anything number 5. That is usually your sour cream, your yogurt container. Okay? Another thing, and I know most of you don't take any medicine, right? Okay, look at your containers, right? Make sure sometimes your medicine comes in and it's a number 5. When we go to recycling and you're sitting there not doing anything, I go dumpster diving. So please, those 3 little things are pretty important. Because you know how San Antonio is, they're pretty picky. Okay, thank you all. That was it.
The
Okay,
plastics are just 1 and 2.
right. Oh, she's up.
And let me add to what Kathy said. So those containers, put your coffee grounds in, put your trash in it, seal it up, stick it in your freezer, and your garbage won't stink and the coon won't get it. Use your head, people.
Thank you, Pat.
We got our.
We're gonna clean this place up.
We're gonna drink beer.
You know. Here's your recycle day. The whole deal here, people, is to keep stuff out of the landfill. It's gonna cost us a ton. And everybody's gonna complain because we have to raise the assessment because we gotta replace the landfill, whatever sections it is. So bring the stuff, please.
Currently, we're paying to have the trash hauled out via storage, so that's another topic that we'll talk about later on. Election committee, Ms. Sandy?
Well, that's an impossible act to follow. We met the other day. We have no candidates that turned in their candidate data sheets yet, but there's.
I have 2.
You have 2?
Yes, I'll give it to you.
Wonderful, thank you. We checked yesterday. There are 3 potential candidates, but this is good. Because as we said last year, if we have only 1 candidate, we still have to have an election because we have the write-in vote opportunity. And as John knows, write-in vote, write-in work. So these are due no later than 5 p.m. on January 2nd, which is coming up rather quickly. And Anna is kind enough to be posting reminders to people for that. So if you know of someone who wants to run for the board, please let them know they have a due date. The membership list is due January 28th or shortly thereafter, with our most accurate membership list that we can come up with. We don't do the list, admin does the list, so we're depending on you to prepare that for us. We will need, there's only one candidacy open, so we will need additional help to stuff ballots like we did last year. We had 20 people to stuff ballots the best year. We in, out, no errors, all the counts matched. So we will need some additional people. Charlena, as last year, you control the list, getting it to us, envelopes, ballots, the audit letter should be going out soon, and the supplies that we used last year, and whatever you ordered as envelope glue sticks worked perfectly.
We still got a whole box full.
Great, those were the best ever. Members, if you have any changes to your properties, sales, purchases, address changes, please, those need to be in. I think we're going to send a reminder out. We'd like them by the 22nd of January, the 28th or the 27th as the absolute last you get in if you hope to get your ballot. Because the list is planned on the 28th. Now, if you have corrections after the 28th, you want to give them membership services, and we will try and collect them at the time of ballot stuffing. Gabby usually has to retype several addresses because people make late changes. We want everyone who qualifies for a ballot, which is everyone who owns even a square inch of dirt, to get a ballot. Okay. We are sending reminders by dispatch. And on the January meeting on the 17th, we'll be drawing for positions on the ballot. And even if there's 2 people, you gotta be 1 or a 2. And then hopefully we can set up a photo session that day so we can start putting the pamphlet together. Okay. And resumes are also due. It helps us a lot if you turn them in with your candidate data sheet, but they have to be in by January 17th at the very latest. Okay. Are there any questions?
Just a reminder, because it's gonna be an expense of going down memory lane this calendar. How much did we spend on the election last year, more or less?
Are you including the food, the stamps, the envelopes, everything?
Yes.
Probably, I know just on stamps alone, we spent almost $3,000. And then it was, I believe, a couple $1,000s to the company that counts them for us. And then we spent about $1,000 on the food for our members. 1,500. So it's about 7,000.
No, I'm not talking about the annual meeting. I'm talking about the election.
Well, I just asked you if you wanted
No,
that.
no, just the election.
Just take
More or less
About, let's say about $4,000.
$4,000, folks, for the election.
Yeah.
And FYI.
We typically spend 2,500, 3 to 3,500. What is challenging right now, and I know that you're trying to fix the list, but just a reminder, we are trying to remove addresses that have been bad for decades. And again, we cannot do that until we get some sort of legal opinion from an HOA attorney or from the Texas Secretary of State as to what is we're allowed to do. And because some of these people have died, who knows where they are. We haven't had a good address for them through either the tax office or our own records for decades. And those are the people that we don't want to have to send ballots to because we know they're going to come back. So I know that Sharon's been working really hard on this project. But again, we're not going to be able to eliminate those that really we need to eliminate until we know what we can do with it. We've been trying for years to get some response, and they don't seem to reply to board letters or GM letters, but perhaps they will reply to a letter from attorney. Anything. The state, Texas isn't that responsive to small HOAs. But I know that the big ones have the same problems. People they can't contact. So we are the one to help on it. Any other questions? And I want to thank Anna and Carolina for getting the word out on the street on this, and especially you last year. You were part of the reason I went so well. You had everything we needed.
Well, thank you.
No, seriously, and that's the hard part. Anything else?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You got a question about the election committee?
Yeah. Sandy, are you collecting questions for a questionnaire to be sent out with the ballots this year?
No, that's not our
That's
responsibility.
separate deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we still talking about sending out a questionnaire to the membership or not?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, we talked about it a couple of different times in the board meeting about sending a questionnaire to the membership about different topics that they could respond to. So how are we gonna send that out? Are we gonna send it out with the ballot or? are
You're
we
talking
gonna
about a
send it out
survey? You're talking about a survey?
Yeah.
Unless somebody can jog my memory, I don't remember talking about that, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about it, but not at this moment.
Not for the election.
Yeah.
It can't go with the ballot.
It makes the envelopes too large and too expensive for one thing, and let me comment on this. We did this several years ago, spent a great deal of time and treasure on getting it out. We had a very poor response. We did get responses, but the election isn't the time to send it. It adds to the postage for one thing, it adds to the processing, and it's not the election committee's responsibility to do this. And we want to make sure the ballots get out on time, get back, get counted by our auditor without that. But it's not a bad idea if you want to set up some sort of individual survey at some other time. But not with the election.
Well, fortunately, here on Fort Clark Springs, we have a lot of unofficial surveys on Facebook.
Yes, we yes, we do. Yes, we do. We're QAnon.
I mean, it's possible we could put a link to an online survey in there. That would be one line.
That'd be
A
easy.
QR code, maybe, I don't know. We can consider a technological way that doesn't require a human being to go through how many ever thousand and check off boxes with a pencil. So that's a thought.
Good idea, Warren.
I have a question about the committee reports. Last board meeting, we talked about the recreation committee, which is still not on this agenda.
To the best of my knowledge, we do not have an official recreational committee unless a director here could correct me.
I mean, we certainly don't have a board committee of that.
used to be. We get the
It used to
report
be.
right to the board. We gave reports here. So how did they get dropped off the deal?
When did that stop? It might have been-
I don't know. I know we reported
Done it for a year.
in the, I think last year or the year before, we reported to the board for the recreation committee. When the RV committee joined with the recreation committee to get a place to report to the board, then we started making reports to the board and then we got dropped off. I think Anna said that, do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, we did have
Mike.
a recreation committee. Mr. Peterson developed it and I was in charge of the recreation committee. But then, but then it dissolved because they hired a recreation employee. So that committee got dissolved and it was never re-implemented.
Okay,
We did have a recreation committee at one time.
because we're not getting any information from the RV park. I mean, we had a meeting on Tuesday from the RV park, which we consider to be the recreation committee. And the only thing that we talked about with the RV park was the Wi-Fi. The laundry hasn't worked in years. If you want to know what's wrong with the RV park, you need to come to the meeting that they have for the recreation committee that takes place at the RV park. We cannot even get your two employees to attend, even though we've invited them to all the meetings of the recreation committee. So how do you get your information about what's going on at the RV park if you're not even, if one of you aren't coming to the meeting and you can't get your employees at the RV park to attend the meeting that we have?
I mean, I didn't even know you're having a meeting.
Yeah, I know it.
Send it to the dispatch. Why not? At least start with that, maybe. Get a dispatch out when you're gonna have a meeting and then people, concerned minds wanna know, and then you can go.
Do y'all have,
Just so you
Warren,
might,
Warren, do y'all
Just
have
so-
elected officers and minutes and everything?
beg pardon?
Do you have elected officers and minutes?
We have minutes. We have someone who keeps
Do you
minutes.
have elected officers?
If you want the minutes,
Do you have
Mickey
bylaws?
Lee will be down here in January and she has.
I'm asking a question. Do you have bylaws? Do you have all that stuff?
Well,
Any
you
committee
can,
that's
you can run
sanctioned by
through
the
all the
board.
technicalities, John, you want
I'm
to,
not-
but in the
I'm
end,
not
the
getting you to
laundry
take
hasn't
notes.
worked in years. Okay, you need somebody at the RV park who takes an interest in the RV park.
Okay,
You
that's
just
fine.
ordered a
We have a
brand new
general manager.
basketball
Okay.
hoop.
Warren, be quiet.
Yeah.
This is our meeting, not your meeting. Be quiet. Listen. All committees have to be sanctioned by the board. And as such, they have to have bylaws, they have to have officers, and they have to have minutes. So I'm asking you if you have all that stuff, because to my knowledge, there is no sanctioned board committee that is a recreational committee. So you can grandstand and you can say that you want there to be a recreational committee all day long, but what you should be asking for is for the board to create a recreational committee, because you can go join whatever Boy Scout club that you want to out in the world. It has nothing to do with the board. The board has to create that committee. So if you're not recognized as a committee, then I suggest that you request that that we create that committee and we can take that into consideration. But to my knowledge, and outside of what Anna just said, I had no knowledge of a recreational committee. So we're wasting our time talking about it. And we have a general manager that is to manage the RV park, and we have employees. Talk with her, ask for us to create a recreational committee, and we'll take the next steps. But this is a waste of time.
I think your definition of managing the RV park and the recreation committee's
Okay, so
definition
it's a
of
separate
managing the
topic.
RV park are
Thank you,
two
Warren.
different things.
Warren, that's not part of the agenda right now, and you're gonna.
I know you're really good at ignoring problems, but this is a
Wrong,
problem that's
Warren,
gone on for a
wrong.
long
Sit down,
time.
please. Sit
A
down.
long time, and you need to come to the meeting, or somebody representing you needs to come to the meeting, so that you know why the bathrooms are locked in the tent area when people are camping in the tent area.
Warren, thank you. Submit your work orders, please.
I just want to remind everyone, and thank you, John, that the board approves of every member who sits on a board committee. That's the other part of this that's really important for members to understand.
Thank you, Dr. Kilgore. Old unfinished business motel update. Director Macias,
Did you mention community council?
oh. Well, I'm sorry, I did miss community council, but no one was here earlier. And she read community council's statement earlier, so community council has been addressed. Now we're going to motel update.
So, this is going to get covered more, so I'll try to keep this part short, just as far as an update is what's happened. Because later in our agenda, we'll be talking more about the next steps, but effectively a pricing set was created, submitted, sent out for bid multiple times. We've received 2 bids, and we have one of the bids here to review. And if we approve it, should I read them? We're doing the bids and the contract stuff, right?
Yeah, we can't talk
Okay.
about the bids.
Right. So we have bids to review today. And if we approve it, then we will have an expense to fill the motel repairs can come out of the restricted fund and also preservation funds by technicality. But as preservation mentioned, they do not have the funds to cover the extent of the repairs for both buildings. So we're at our next step. The drawings are complete, bids have been submitted. We just have to approve to move forward. That's where we are on the motel.
Thank you. Ms. Cavender, the bookkeeping update, we talked about that, but that doesn't need, do we need to address that today? Because we're ahead of the curve on that one. Thank you. Reserve study, Ms. Cavender mentioned earlier in her GM notes that the reserve study, we got 2 quotes. I don't suspect we're gonna make a decision regarding reserve study today, in my opinion, but directors might have a different opinion on it. Anything?
But we have 2.
We have 2.
We have 2 quotes.
Yeah, we have 2 quotes.
And I guess we have more coming. Yeah, so let's say we wait to get another quote or so. Get back
Just an FYI, just to kind of mention what you mentioned earlier. We have a quote for 24,000 more or less, another one for 38,000 more or less. It's a lot of money, folks, either way, but you know, there's a potential need for it. DLP update, there will not, I think there's when I something mention something about that? Anything?
The only update I'd like to mention is, there was street striping done and the rumor bill has it that we paid for that. We did not. All we did was buy the extra paint that we needed to go from 2-inch paint to 4-inch stripes. 2-inch stripes to 4-inch, because the prior one was 2 inches. And so they rented the machine, they did the labor. Now because the labor was a little bit, or the linear feet was longer, my maintenance finished it up on Wednesday.
Yes.
Was it Thursday? Thursday. Because I wasn't here.
Yeah.
It was Thursday. They finished it up Thursday, and so DLP took the machine back. And that's the only update I have.
There was a small extra fee with the machine, correct?
Oh, with the rental machine, because they had to keep it one more day, so it was $400 for that. So altogether, we spent probably about $800 with paint, because paint's pretty expensive. But we had planned on spending that anyway. You know, what we had for last year, and then just replenishing it this year.
My only regret regarding the striping is that we couldn't contract Michelangelo to paint the stripes. And I'm being flippant about it because for the TV land audience, they can say and do whatever they want behind their computers about how it looks and everything else. It was something that needed to be done. Members that had a concern about it for a long time. Again, I do regret that we couldn't contract Michelangelo or someone like that to do the striping with a fine brush, but we did the best we could.
So how many linear feet were outside of DLP's purview and they just said, I'm not doing this, y'all figure it out? How'd that play out?
Mike,
I think they heard me.
Yeah, but
Need more lines.
4,000 linear feet.
One extra, more than an extra, a little less than a mile, 75%, 3/4 of a mile or so that we didn't plan for.
So here's what was gonna happen. They were gonna charge us $3,800 to keep the machine to finish. And so I called and I said, we already have the machine. My men can do it because they've done it before and we have the paint already. So my guys did it. And we only paid for the extra rental of the machine because they were gonna take the machine back, so they didn't have to pay that. So I negotiated having my maintenance men do the rest of it.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say at night, you cannot see this.
Okay.
I'm short. At night, you cannot see the striping. Or we can have reflectors.
Yes, so my guys are gonna do that as well.
And
So
we
they'll
have
do
the
it next.
reflectors to do it.
Yes, ma'am. So they're gonna do it next week.
Okay, thank you.
Well, no, that's live. It's Christmas. They'll probably do it the week after. Sorry. But yes, we have all the reflectors. Turtles, cat eyes, whatever they call my reflectors up.
Ms. Chairman, I know you're gonna talk about the Kinney County water later on, unless someone else here has something to say about the Kinney County water situation. Mr. Palmer, anything you need to give us 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
30 seconds, come on now.
Sure. Okay. 30 seconds or less.
Yeah.
So
As always, the Reader's Digest version's the best.
that's a low but realistic goal. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for recognizing me. Glad to be here to give you and everybody a little update on the water. There was a surprise event at the last meeting on Tuesday that the water board had.
And without getting into much detail in 30 seconds, there's going to be two options. So one is lower the mag like a lot of people want to do, and which seems to be a common theme from Dr. Hutchinson and Jim Burton and et cetera. Anyway, so what the mag is complicated, but it helps the spring. The other option is get rid of the mag, get rid of the DFC, get rid of state oversight, essentially, get rid of, you know, the mandatory drought plan that's in the Texas Water Code. So essentially take the GCD state oversight out of the equation, which in my personal opinion is not even an option. But read the paper, please. There's a good article about the summit. Thank you for the Ford for doing that and your part in that. Thank you for the paper, for the article, because it's really good. Everybody needs to read it. And then something that's in the article, I'll leave you with this. Well, two things. Come to the meeting, please, on January 5th. And democracy doesn't work without your involvement. So show up, contact us, contact your representatives, tell the board what you think, because the public's opinion is necessary to make this work.
David, real quick. Taking this off, taking the spring off, or the wells that supplies the water for our toilets and showers?
So the proposal, and it's on the website. If anybody wants to look at the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District website, if you go to December 16th meeting, there's a couple presentations from the consultant that's been hired by the board. But essentially, what the recommendation was to declare the Edwards Trinity Plateau Aquifer, which is the whole northwest corner of Kinney County, essentially. And it borders, oh, by the way, the Edwards Aquifer to the east, because there's no distinct boundary, and it's all been called the Edwards Aquifer, but that's complicated. But the proposal was to remove the whole Edwards Trinity Plateau aquifer area, basically the whole northwest corner precinct, whatever the northwest corner is, declare it non-relevant, which is what I would argue is pretty much a loophole in the state law. So you can either have a desired future condition. Right now we have a desired future condition of a minimum spring flow, which in my opinion is an important ingredient in the equation. If this proposal is accepted by the board, which it very well could be if they don't get convinced otherwise, it would essentially declare that area non-relevant and exempt from state oversight. It would all be left up to the local water board to manage that resource. And if that's what you want, you might look into that option being not the best option.
Yeah, I got one comment. So there was a motion to accept that disastrous option of taking us out of all state oversight. There was a motion put on the floor by the water board. And the only reason it didn't get voted on and very likely go through, I just conjecture, but was because they have their attorney sit there at the board table at every single meeting. And that attorney said, your agenda is not specific enough to do the vote at this meeting at this time. So now they're jumping through hoops with special meetings, X, Y, and Z's to try to get that to happen. So keep your eyes open and your ears open.
Yeah,
Things are happening.
And the consultant recommended this option to declare non-relevancy. He specifically said that was his choice, which surprised me. I was not aware that that was what he might say. You'd have to get with him to figure out why he said that, but that opinion, this consultant's opinion, is not shared, by me, and it's hopefully not shared by a lot of the citizens of Kinney County, and it's also not shared, if you read the article, by other professionals in the business.
Are you talking about the new hydrologist?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, Ms. Hodges was next.
So, yeah, Ms. Hodges might want to speak, but I think I've gone over my 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
So, y'all, there's lots to know about this. I'm available, I would say, I've been soliciting this, but my email for the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District is on the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District website. Most people know where I live, catch me, talk to me. I'm more than welcome to answer any questions and do what I can.
What time is tea time at your house?
So, yeah, right after the meeting.
She said we need beer.
Right after the meeting at 6 o'clock, you guys, you're done by 6.
Since
We
it's
come
an
over.
hour
If not,
long, we need beer.
Thank you.
I was trying to be nice.
I just want to say one thing about our new hydrologist. Comes out of Nichols Freeze Nichols Engineering in Fort Worth, Texas. I know a lot of the upper management that I have in the past. And also having raised a family in Dallas and spent most of my time there, I also know Kyle Bass, who is taking water from most of Northeast Texas. He's a billionaire. And he's a friend of my son's. I've known him many years. But this hydrologist that we have here now happens to be a friend with a hydrologist that is being used by Kyle Bass.
I'm Elizabeth Hodges, and I live at 321 Fort Clark Road, and you see me walking all the time, but thank you for giving more than 30 seconds to what I consider the most important thing about Fort Clark Springs. And everyone I talk to, they stop me on my walk. They feel exactly the same way. We all know none of us would be here if we didn't have that spring. The indigenous wouldn't have been here. It's essential to our community, to our property values. And so because I'm a school teacher, I looked up some of those acronyms that are used. I find quite confusing. One of the things that you'll find in what you're going to read on the Kinney County Groundwater District site is that sometimes scientists interchange median and mean, and sometimes I read so quickly, it would be helpful to me if it said middle and average, because you begin to think, wait, median, is that the middle or is it? And so you facts can be different if it's median or if it's mean. So does everyone here understand what a desired future condition is? Everyone does? So I don't need to read it?
Read it.
Okay. For Kinney County, Texas, the DFC is what you'll see. It stands for desired future condition for its groundwater, primarily from the Edwards Trinity Plateau Aquifer. Focuses on maintaining sufficient spring flow at Lossmore Spring, balancing conservation with beneficial use, and protecting recharge with management by the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District. The DFC, desired future conditions. So once we're all gone, it's for our kids and grandkids in the future. Aims to balance water conservation, protection from waste pollution, and efficient use while respecting landowner rights, because we all know that Texas has very specific landowner rights. And now then, I want to, just in case you're like me, I hate using my computer. I use my phone all the time. It's my little personal computer. When you go to the Kinney County Groundwater District site, you're going to see 2 meetings for December 16th. One was a public hearing. That's not the one you need to look at. You need to go down to the next one, and it will have PDFs available. You click on them, and it will let you see the entire presentation that the hydrologist showed. The last 2 things, I think it says recommendations, and he has option 1 and option 2. And he mentions in option 1 that the MAG, don't worry about it. It just means how much water we think we have. Okay, that with the available water in this county would be 0. And thanks to Mr. Palmer, he asked a question to the groundwater to the attorney. He said, "It's not really 0. It means it would be gone. There would be none," which means it can go higher, it can go lower. There's no state regulation. There would be no state involvement regulation on it. And so they call it non-relevant. And so I wanted to read you what the definition of that. Some groundwater districts declare certain aquifers non-relevant. So it's a different than, oh, that's not important. For joint planning to avoid stricter state oversight. I'm going to read that again. To avoid stricter state oversight or to prioritize local withdrawals, even if the aquifer is vital. So you could have a perfectly vital aquifer, but it can be ruled non-relevant in that first option because it means it just goes away. It's not just zero, it's gone. So I appreciate you giving me the time to be teacher. And thank you all for supporting our spring and our water. And let's thank Mr. Palmer for standing up for Park Spring.
I have one comment. So there's always been for, I don't know, 6, 8 months, a bookkeeping and a building update on the agenda, which is fine. But maybe we should consider a monthly groundwater update on the agenda. So everyone can stay informed every single month on what's going on. Not everybody goes and sits at the groundwater meeting. I would be happy to have someone come here and give us an update on that if they wanted to, every month.
I would welcome that.
I have one thing to say about the, Kinney County groundwater. We were able to get an audit, a state audit from the Attorney General to come in and audit the Kinney County groundwater district. They failed miserably, to enforce the rules. They failed to protect the aquifer. The district failed to update the rules and to implement the applicable desired future conditions, the DFC. And now they're trying to get rid of it. I have a water attorney that's working with me at no charge. We're going to try to present a petition to have the state enforce the deficiencies on that audit. That's the only way we can get it done is to get a petition and get the state to agree to come in and enforce those rules. I have an unsworn declaration, which if anybody is interested and has any information as to how our spring going dry for 4 years has affected the board, you have to live in GMA 7, which is Kinney County area. And you have to have a reason how it's affected our property values. I think Dee is going to be doing something on the real estate and how it's affected our area as far as the real estate values. I've asked the board to show how it's affected our income, the motel, everything, the wildlife. We had some protected species in spring, and with it going dry for 4 years, all those protected species are dead. So now that we have the spring back, there's been some wildlife coming back. There's been some of the other things coming back into the spring. But the water board here will not do a drought plan. They won't regulate the DFC, and that's the future flow of the spring. They're still issuing permits. They've issued 2 new permits. And so we really, really need to get involved in this. If anybody has anything that they can say, if they have any certification as far as an environmentalist or whatever that can show what going dry has done to the springs, get in touch with me. I'm on the board secretary at fortclark.com. I'll get one of these declarations out to you. It doesn't have to be notarized. It's just an unsworn declaration, and there's been 12 petitions that's been submitted to be accepted, and only one of them has been accepted, and that's Starr County. So we're trying to make sure that when we get this done, that we've dotted the i's and crossed the t's so that it doesn't get rejected like the others have. And we're trying to see what Starr County did to get theirs accepted.
That's the only way we can get the enforcement and get somebody to come in here and enforce that audit and enforce the rules.
Thank you, Sharon. Real quick, Ms. Hodges.
I'm sorry, I forgot. When you go to the bracket, to Kinney County Groundwater District, the meeting is not gonna show up. I don't know why it's not showing. It's January 5th at 6. Is that correct, David?
Correct.
At 6, it will be in the downstairs floor, the old Masonic building. We'd like to see it packed. And the other question I forgot, it's right here on my paper. Is there any way that through the dispatch, we could not saying anything about one way or the other, what you think? Could those two options be put on the dispatch and let people know there's going to be a meeting so that Fort Clark members get that information? Because I always think we talk about it, but there's no action to back it up to get word out to people. Is that inappropriate to ask that question? If those two options are on the Kinney County groundwater site, but a lot of people don't like to search, we're all older. So if we could send out.
It's usually on Facebook, but
Yeah, but if it were out to it affects us so directly.
I agree. I'm just saying that it usually comes out on Facebook, but I have no.
A lot of
Unless
people
somebody has
aren't
a-
on Facebook. Could
Yep,
the board take an action on that?
I don't have any issues with it being on
That'd be
dispatch. Just to clarify, the board being a nonprofit or the association being a nonprofit cannot assist in the election of anybody. So if there was somebody, Mr. Palmer was running for election and we supported him as a nonprofit, we don't have that ability now. This has nothing to do with an election. It's just, it's action that may happen at the groundwater district. I see, knowing it pretty well, I see nothing that would violate our nonprofit status to put something in an action reminder of a groundwater district.
And I would certainly like to see their agendas and meetings dispatched every month, even if maybe you request it or so we remember. But every month, we see here about fish fries in town and all kind of things, not even related to this place. But that is certainly related to this place more than, high school barbecues. This is gonna affect all of us, our property values and everything. It's paramount to our existence.
Okay, so I'll just talk to
Sure.
our GM. Thank you so much for being so supportive.
And for all those that are very active on lot owners, I would appreciate you throwing out a little bait out there for the groundwater district meetings. Just, there's a lot of things posted on lot owners. Go ahead and post when the meetings are gonna be and how it's gonna affect Fort Clark Springs.
Memo, if I could, one more thing, y'all, I know my time's up, but, a pitch for YouTube, the meetings are posted on YouTube. So if you search Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District meetings, feel free to watch those videos because there was a couple recent ones that were really good. Highlighting what's going on over there. So there was a December, what was that meeting? Anyway, 8th or whatever, one with just a rule hearing, a public hearing that the lawyer was at. And then the last one that we're talking about this past Tuesday. So, and they go back, a long time. Haven't been filming them forever. So check them out, please, YouTube. That's where it's at if you want to see it.
And for anyone interested, that would be on the Lost Moor Springs Conservation Association YouTube channel.
Building update, Mr. Long?
Building is almost done, and in fact, it was used to collect all that money that Charlene was talking about. So it's not like it's not being used. We just need to clear up a few things with the accounting, accountants and the staff, and then move the revenue into QuickBooks so it hits the P&L and such. So other than that, it's 99% there.
Thank you. Smithsonian. I know Dickman Hall's been cleaned up a little bit. I haven't gone to the second floor. Travis, you got a few words on that?
So the Smithsonian's going well. The cleanup, there's been quite a bit done upstairs. If all of you remember the paneling, it is all gone. Thank you to Max for bringing out a dumpster for us to put all that in and all the volunteers that came out. We had about 25 people come through. It's not any skilled labor at this point, so it's just hauling stuff from one end of the house or one end of the building to the other. So don't think you need any special skills or anything, because I don't have any, and we've gotten a lot done. So, as far as the rest of it goes, in our last meeting, we asked to talk in exec about the contract, so if we can do that under y'all's contract section, how we move from the MOU to the next piece. We've got several things that we need to talk about with y'all, but other than that, everything's going well. Partners, are continuing to come on board, to work with the, organization putting this on. In May, we will have the state come down, the historical commission will be in town. They basically go all over town, leave their information with restaurants, let them know, hey, this is coming, this is what you can expect, this is what we've seen in other, cities as we brought this exhibit through, so make sure that you're ready and, all the things that restaurants do to get ready for crowds. So that's part of what they'll do. They'll be staying here at the motel, hoping that we have rooms, but we'll get, those rooms reserved through THC, when they come down. Any other questions about? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have one question. Someone asked me on the street the other day as I was walking, if, people were aware that work was being done in Dickman, if I already forget the form, did a form need to be completed by, there's gonna be, I know y'all just ripped out paneling, but,
We did several
that
common.
form about,
the common
historical,
property
yeah.
Yeah, the common property alteration form was sent to the board, and I believe, there was some back and forth, 5 or 6 emails. And we eventually settled on that and moved forward. Is that correct? You have everything you need, Charlie, from us?
I couldn't recall when I was in deep thought as I was walking.
Yeah.
And I could not give that person a correct answer, so that has been addressed.
Deep thought.
Deep thought, yeah. And that has been addressed regarding the forms, alterations or whatever okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah, so our meetings, organizational meetings are the first Sunday of each month, from now until next November. That is at 5 PM in the Fritter Room, except for April will be the second Sunday of the month. So that's where our committees get together, we give our general reports, we check in with the state or our regional rep. And we've got some pretty exciting things that we haven't locked in yet, but some big organizations have looked at this. I think we're gonna get some pretty cool partners to come in and exhibit, which will only make it more special for what's going on. You will be surprised at the number of things that have come through this place over the years, and it's not just military, it's a lot related to the military, but things that you wouldn't realize that were actually started from here. And that have gone on and done a lot of cool things. A lot of them happened at your house. So it's some cool stuff. So we're hoping to be able to, put that together and make sure that everyone knows about it. Like I said, we've gotten support from Valverde County as well. They're very excited. Our histories are very intertwined. Their historical commission and the Whitehead have taken a big interest in this project. So, we're establishing our ways that we're going to raise funds. We're looking at, obviously there's the private sector. There are grants that are available for different programming. And then we're also, going to look at ways that we can raise funds just throughout, the next couple of months. So,
One more question.
yes, sir.
I remember based on the last meeting, our part, if Clark part would be the elevator, anything as far as costs regarding that elevator
So,
that
yes.
provided to us or to her?
So where we're at on that, we can get deeper into the details during executive. We got one company to come out, the same company that's doing the, county elevator in the courthouse. They have given us a bid. The second company that we got, so, and there's not a whole lot of elevator companies, so I think 2 is where we're gonna land on kind of where it is. A lot of their maintenance contracts are based on the state statute. So they're kind of run of the mill, like this is what it is, this is what it costs. But for the second company to come out, we need a picture of the master cylinder unit. We've located it, but we're still working to get to it so that we can get a picture of the panel.
So we got no price on it yet.
We do have a price for the first company.
Oh, so you're gonna have more than one company?
We're trying to get multiple prices so that we don't just pick, the guy that showed up, right? And I have a strong suspicion based on what I've read that there's not a lot of room to move in this number. And the way that it's for an elevator, you have to have a maintenance contract. There's not a company that we have found that will put a maintenance contract together for less than a year term. The filing fee is $350. You have to have the maintenance contract in place in order to file for the certification. So it's all this kind of,
Well,
procedural things.
since we have talked about the elevator, what is the current bid right now before the other bids come?
So the maintenance contract.
I
Yeah,
want
you can't
Yeah, you
actually.
don't talk about
cannot-
these
You
open.
Yeah,
cannot
can't.
name the
Yeah.
price publicly before.
Yeah,
the
because
bid
the
is-
other companies watching,
Okay.
yeah, they. I don't know that they are. I don't know where that's important. It's one elevator. They could be. I don't know. I scrape the internet for a lot of things to make some straight.
I would like to say that the master condos has a maintenance contract on their elevator. I don't know if you've those are the other second company. you
That's the other
contacted.
company
Yeah.
that needs the picture of the master cylinder before they'll even.
Okay.
Okay.
But there is a contract with them for the condos.
Those companies we're talking to have contracts in the county already.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Oh, come on up, but after Ms. Hodges, Ms. Kate.
I just want to say that I have two passions, as everybody knows. It's the arts and music, and it's water. And the Fort Clark Arts voted at our annual meeting to support the Smithsonian, and we're going to come gather with their approval art from the past and we have some pretty semi-famous artists that have been through here. So we're, as a club, supporting with their approval, we're going to come up with, Bud Greens and there's a lady that came through the art studio. So we'll have artwork from families like the Conley family. Gita Conley was one of the founding people. So we, in our way, are supporting this event because the more things we offer locally, I think, is that correct? The more people have to look at it and they begin to understand what a special place this is. So if you're a part of a club or something, I hope this is okay to say, Travis, we voted, we want to support anything that would bring something like this to our county. So I hope you guys, I was thinking how it would be fun recycling. I don't know. We could be selling beer. I don't know.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kate.
Okay, you're in the process of getting bid for the elevator, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is responsible for getting the bids on the AC? Us or you?
So this is what we have offered as a committee to work through is putting together the legwork to get the information needed so we can all make a decision on what needs to be done. We have contacted 4 AC companies, 3 have come out, and we've whittled that down. The first company came out and they wanted to charge us, just tell us what they would charge us. So that was difficult. And they wanted a contract to maintenance those. And so we went back to the drawing board, got another company to come out. We originally thought there were 7 air conditioners. We now know after the third company came out that there are 9 air conditioners. So we're just kind of whittling down the process so that we can bring this all to Charlena and the board and they can understand just what the whole thing looks like. We actually, that building has been in use in different ways from a format standpoint. And so technology's changed. I'm not even certain that all 9 are even needed. And we need more people to look at this. And we recently have acquired a facilities committee manager who has experience in working with buildings that are larger, commercial buildings, university buildings. And so we're gathering all the information and then we will bring that to the association so that they can understand what that building looks like. Because it doesn't matter if we use the building in the end or it doesn't get used. This is information that the association needs regardless.
I agree. Do you have received donations, correct, for this project for the Smithsonian?
So we currently have not accepted any donations. We've had several people ask, but right now we are still looking for a 501c3 partner. There's been some hangups based on things that have happened more recently that we're having to work through, either looking at forming a different 501c3 or finding another option for that. But we have not currently accepted any donations. We have had some offers.
And the progression on the grant request?
So the grant request for the State of Texas Humanities, that's a rolling application. Some of the other applications don't open until the summer, so we're still continuing to work on that.
Okay, last question. Do you have any kind of ballpark figure that you're wanting the HOA to pay for in the end of this Smithsonian?
So there's no figure that I have for the HOA that they have to decide what their needs are, and then we have to decide what our needs are. And so, no, I don't have a round figure because right now we're doing everything that the HOA is going to need to do that. If there's a need to put in air conditioning for whatever else the HOA is doing, that's for them to decide. However, if we're going to be running around the building, looking at all the different things, getting into the walls, looking at how the windows are set, there's no need for us to waste that time and not collect this information for the association.
That's correct. So what time frame are you looking at that we have strong figures? AC, maybe wiring, plumbing, if we have to do the ADA bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. What time frame are we looking at?
I would say in the next 60 days, we'll have that information.
Okay. I would like to say, when all the data comes together, we have maybe some firm figures, maybe not. We're gonna have a special assessment for the hotel, okay? We all know that. But let's consider having a town hall meeting when we get final figures of what the HOA is supposed to pay for, and put it to a vote. You all represent each and every one of us, not just a select few. So give us a chance to vote on it. Thank you.
Right now, the only expense that we have right now has been the container that we hired Mr. Max to put over there so they can start cleaning up different halls. So I'm appreciative of their efforts because they have cleaned up the
Yes,
second floor.
yes.
Curtis?
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a minute, so maybe some figures were discussed that I missed, although listening to Kathy, right?
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm concerned that we're talking about contracts already. We have no final budget that I'm aware of. We don't know how much it's gonna cost. We're less than a year out. I hear lots of kinds of consortiums, and we've got lots of neat things happening. That's great. But wishes aren't plans. Hopes are not plans. And we were promised that First Fridays would take care of the reserve study. That didn't happen. A lot of reasons why, I get that. But it seems to me we're in the same mindset here. We're gonna get all kinds of other things that are gonna happen, and magically this is all gonna work out. We should be spending money on fixing a hotel, not on something that may or may not bring in a lot of people, especially when we don't have a budget yet, and we're 10 months out, 11 months out. That's insane. Just my opinion. I have concerns.
You're talking about Fort Park budget or their budget?
Talking about any budget.
We have a budget.
For what's happening with
The fort,
what's happening with the Smithsonian.
zero.
Excuse me, we have a budget.
Okay, you guys have a budget, but we don't know how much it's gonna cost the fort. That's what I'm talking
How
about.
much does it cost the fort today?
I think it's just $400.
So far,
That's it for the container.
so far,
Correct.
right. So we get down this road, all of a sudden we've committed to, we're going to do the Smithsonian. And then things come up that private donors aren't gonna cover, and other things aren't gonna cover. It's one thing to say that we can do all of this. My concern is that we are committing to something without a price tag for the fort
We haven't committed to anything. We've only signed an MOU.
so far, but I heard something mentioned about contracts in executive session. I am just expressing concerns. You guys don't have to give me an answer for everything.
Oh, no, I would like to respond. The way you come up with a budget for repairs is by submitting for bids and having bids roll in, which is what we're going to be reviewing. However, the bids haven't completely come in. And there's more not, and then there has not even been remotely close to enough time for any reasonable kind of bids to come in.
And I understand that you can't make decisions sometimes without having information, and it takes a while to get the information. I'm expressing a general concern that I think that there's a foregone conclusion out here that we're going to do this, but we don't have all the information to make that decision yet. And that foregone conclusion in people's minds will lead the board and others to make decisions that may not be in the best interest of the board. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I'm just playing devil's advocate. And I want people to be aware and be very critically thinking about what we may be getting into. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we might be getting into repairing our very best, maybe most profitable historical building and asset. We might be getting into that.
I'd also like to point out that if everyone, looks at the costs and we walk away, y'all have a building that's been done with volunteer effort and put back into shape that can be used at least seasonally without air conditioning. So at this point, I'm also, frankly, like the first Friday thing's a low blow. And you know that. You know that. No, you know that. Now I'm talking. You know that. This effort has taken a ton of time to put together. There's already been a ton of time spent up there. If we stopped right now, the association is better off.
I want to say I have spent a good amount of time upstairs since the volunteers have done work, and it looks really great. It's amazing how far it's come with little to no money spent by the association to get it where it is. It looks really promising, and it really is a gem of ours, of all our historic structures. Dickman Hall is really nice, and I appreciate the efforts that have gone into it because it looks a lot better. I mean, it has a way to go, but the transformation from what it was to where it is now is substantial. So thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kate.
I just have one more concern on the upper level. Safety. Okay, we get the elevator fixed. It's working. Something goes wrong. We are without electricity. What's the other exit out of that upstairs?
There's two
The
stairs on
outside?
each side and a stairs coming in the building. So there are actually three stairwells to exit the building and an elevator. So
Are those stairwells safe? Have you gotten someone to inspect them? They're all outside.
I can tell you they're code compliant for egress. I can tell you that. And
They
they're
are in compliance?
for egress, yes.
Egress is.
Egress is exit in the scenario of power, fire, etc. And the exterior stairs meet the requirement of direct exit from the building, not having to use internal stairs. The steps are of the correct height. They have the correct size handrail, and they are in good condition. So you don't need an inspector to tell you that. I'm telling you, they're compliant as they are.
Okay. They're not rusted. The outside, is that what?
Well, I was gonna tell you, actually, preservation just had all of that repainted. This last, and if you go look at it, there's no rust
Okay.
anywhere. It's been all redone.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was being considered. Worst case scenario, we've got to have an egress.
Thank you, Ms. Kate.
Go Travis.
I'd also like to point out one other thing. Constance, do you have a round figure on how much preservation is spent on the outside of that building in the last 4 years on Dickman?
Last 4 years?
Yes.
I can look it up and get back to the board and you and the membership on that.
Yeah, it's a significant amount of money because at least 3 years ago, it was $28,000 that had to be done so we would pass our inspection. So at some point, we're gonna have to decide, if we're gonna spend money on the outside and we're not gonna spend money on the inside, then why are we spending money on the outside? And, if we just want a pretty pig, like, that's great, but, I don't know, at some point, we're gonna have to make some decisions, and that building has already been invested in, I'm gonna guess that the number's over 40,000.
you need to remind people preservation does only the outside.
Correct. That is very correct. So by the preservation set out and the way that it's set in your governing documents, the preservation dollars that come out of your dues each month, your assessments each month, part of that goes to preservation. Preservation can only work on the outside of the buildings within the historic district that are significant and owned by the association and add to the historic district as documented in its first proposal to the state. So there's been a lot of money already spent on this building that you're not really aware of because it happens every year and it goes and that's already been done. So right now we're spending money on the outside and now we're getting worried about spending money on the inside. Well, why are we spending money on the outside then?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I have to do one more thing, like everybody else. No, this is pretty important, I think. Okay. I'm sure most of you guys know Wally and I have been coming down here since 1982. The Dickman Hall was most, I don't know who else has been coming that long and going to. The Dickman Hall was a very elegant, unbelievable, beautiful building. Downstairs was lovely. You go upstairs, we used to have luncheons up there. We would have ballrooms up there. We had dancing up there. We had unbelievable meals up there catered in. We had Blondie. If you know Blondie, community council even bought a baby grand piano and they brought it up there so that Blondie Calder could come here and play. Then progressively it went down. I'm sorry, but everybody. We had people come in and do the kitchen and they left it in shambles down below. We had other people come in and do the kitchen. They took stuff and they broke it. This is never going to happen, I don't think. We used to have every Sunday a champagne brunch at 12 o'clock. It was jam-packed. All we're trying to do now is get the inside so when you walk in, you go, you know what? It looks like somebody really cares. You know, same thing. There's nothing wrong with the stairs or the rails. And the reason I'm saying that is because I hauled 28 big screens down those stairs. And you guys that were there, you know that. There's nothing wrong with it, but inside has got to look like somebody really cared. Anyhow, if we could do that and bring little things back together, that would be another wonderful, quote, money maker, bring income in, so people could have nice little parties. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Bulldozer and landfill. This week, Ms. Shar informed that Philip informed because we have been using the landfill. The clock is ticking on. If we don't use it, they may shut it down. I think it would be by next summer of 27. We're still paying a little extra to get our garbage out via the storage containers. The issue here, and we're not gonna make a decision today, but we'll probably have to make a decision. Hopefully, we can make a decision next month. We're gonna need a bulldozer. Either we're gonna decide to fix it, purchase, or lease. Did Philip get you anything on the lease information?
I got it.
Oh, you're
I'm sure they're talking about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just so everybody's informed, we have a D6 compatible dozer out there. I don't really know exactly what it weighs because it depends on options, but somewhere around 30,000 pounds. I will request this on the next agenda to be a potential purchase item. What I would like to kind of preliminarily talk about would be and begin to allow the board members to start thinking about this would be we don't want to lease anything. That doesn't gain you anything. You're paying somebody else's principal, and it doesn't relieve you of the fact you have to maintain the equipment. So it's going to be a payment. You're not going to get any money back, and you're going to have to hold insurance on it. It's not going to be beneficial to the association in the long run. I really think that the best thing to do here would be to purchase a decent machine that we could use elsewhere. We could use it to maintain some of the back of the property in where we hunt. We could use it to clean up old trees. We could use it to, do a multitude of things that are necessary on the association's grounds. And to buy a D6 compatible dozer, we're probably looking at somewhere for a midlife unit, somewhere between 75 and 125,000. And we could finance that for 5 to 6 years. And we could just write it into the capital improvement budget. It would be, essentially, $20,000 or $18,000 to $20,000 of the annual budget of the capital improvement. And so it's just something, that's just my thought. It's just something to start thinking about. But one, we know we can't lose the landfill. And then the next question would be is like, how can we afford that? And we've already multiple times discussed having a partnership with the city. And this isn't a giant step for man. This is a very, very small step for us to get a partnership of some kind with them. And that would more be one, I mean, it would be overwhelmingly sufficient to pay for this bulldozer. So we just need to consider that. We need a dozer. We don't need to lose the landfill. And the clock is ticking. It's not an emergency, but we need to get it going.
100,000 to 125,000, is that for a new one or a used one?
Yes.
A new one you're looking at, depending on brand, make, model, you're looking at 2 to 350. And so a used one, like I said, midlife unit, you're looking at 75 to 125, kind of in that ballpark. And that's to get something that's important here is the 30,000 pounds, because in years past, the landfill they used a lighter machine and the compaction wasn't achieved. And so then when we got this D6 dozer with a sheep's foot to compact it. The sheep's foot sunk 4 feet into the landfill because the compaction wasn't great. And so it's really important that we stay in a certain class weight of machine and power in order to move the sheep's foot in order to compact the landfill. That gives us the most bang for our buck. That when we cap and fill and we do this process of the landfill every month, every week, we're preserving as much of the landfill space as we possibly can and counting our pennies. So I know that number may sound daunting, but it's going to be a necessary element of the everyday operations of the port.
I want to refresh everyone's memory from the last meeting as to we had numbers crunched by Charlena for the cost of repair versus the cost of operation versus the dumpster roll off, and we came to the conclusion that there really wasn't a very large delta between our roll off and using the bulldozer. So we're not operating at a really big deficit here to make the decision urgent right now kind of scenario.
Right.
I just want to remind everyone we did that last meeting.
And then I did also want to tell you, I know that you had asked me to get information on the cost of when we're using the landfills and what past repairs were. And so I actually thought about that quite some time, and I thought, you know what, at the end of the day, that isn't as important as, do we want to keep the landfill or we don't? That's really the question, because if we decide we don't want it, then we let it go in 2 years, because if we don't use it within 2 years, TCEQ will close it down.
Yeah.
And so that is the bigger question is, do we want to keep that landfill or do we not? Because we still have potential to build onto that because it's got many more cells that we can dig. And if we can partner or do something with this Brackettville City, which could potentially maybe bring in more income. I don't know if it will, I don't know if it can, but they did want to work with us last year and some things happened and not. But we have a new manager out there. And I really think if we could partner with Brackettville and we could get money from them on that, it would be beneficial for us. So the question is, do we want to keep the landfill or not? So if we want to keep it, then we're going to have to invest in a bulldozer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has not been a new topic. We've been having it on for several months on the old and unfinished business. To me, the landfill it's important. And can you imagine? We're in the summer 2027, we're about to lose the landfill. I know I'm fast forwarding in time, but it is a big deal. And we need to resolve it, and the sooner the better, because I just can't see us losing the landfill. I just cannot. It'd be a waste of money and time and everything that's been invested over the years.
I can see it happening, but what kind of, we don't have an alternative for that. How much is it gonna cost to get rid of all our white goods and trash and all the things that we are getting included in our payments now? I mean, you wanna pay $60 a month more on top of your Bill, I don't.
You can tell me to leave the mic if you want, but could I make a quick public comment?
Go ahead.
Back when I was on the board, this was the same issue going on. Are we gonna have a landfill or not? Back in those days, the decision was definitely, we want a landfill. Just to maintain control of that, option. To give that, to contracts, that could end up being a problem. So my initial thought on that, just real quick, is yeah, we probably want to keep a landfill, like is being said by some of y'all. But, I was just sitting in the back thinking about the bulldozer thing and with this big pipeline, I think they're Troy or whoever they are, they probably got a dozen of those bulldozers over there. And given the situation and, they're welcome in our town and they're bringing a lot of money to the fort and to the town. But, the leadership, the management of that multi-billion-dollar company that's putting that infrastructure in, might they leave one of those bulldozers they got in that yard over there?
That'd be a Christmas
That we could
present.
drive over, but with the, you get the mayor in the deal, you get the fort in the deal, you get the county in the deal, that would be a cool present for the town because we need it for that landfill and it's a big deal for us. And I don't think $100,000 bulldozer is the big deal to them, but it might be a cool thing to approach them about.
I think we gotta look beyond the bulldozer too and realize that we kind of have a couple layers of opportunity. If we get a new dozer, which we need, it's mandatory, call it, then we can use that dozer to do things like, I met a lady the other day that was looking at houses in here and she's like, oh, I drove by here a bunch of times and I didn't know this was a port. Like, we all heard that so many times, and a lot of that's our presentation. And that presentation can be modified and helped through land management and cleaning up the front of the fort along 131 and Highway 90 and then Seminole Road. We can clean this up. There's just a lot of other things that can be done with a nice dozer that will benefit us monetarily and visually within, for the members' use as well.
I'd like to comment on the landfill.
Yes.
When I sat on the board, we were instrumental in digging the first cells. And they're expensive then. And God, I don't want to guess how much they cost now. But we went to landfill because it was costing us too much to transfer. And they feel like they got you by the neck if you do landfill. Thank you for stripes on the road. They're pretty artistic.
Thanks, Garland. Put it on Facebook.
I agree with you, Garland, on that one.
But we had an experience when we opened up our landfills. We partnered with Brackenville and our cells filled up quite a bit faster. We thought we had 5 years, we wound up with a year and a half. We had to dig more cells. So you got to be really careful on how much trash comes in from the city and not the ranches.
Yep.
Hey, on the striping, I bet if you drink enough beer and donate it to the recycle, they'll look straight.
That's not how it works. They look more crooked,
God forbid.
honestly. I wouldn't know personally, but that's what I was told.
So there are several, do we still have a consultant for the landfill?
You know about Phil, the TCQ?
Yeah, so that's one aspect of it, and I'll get to that in a second. But we had a service that was coming through the same group that helps y'all keep Texas beautiful. So we had an actual engineer that was working with us. She went on to another company, but that company's still available. There are several binders. Not only did we work with the city of Brackettville when Garland was on the board, we also pitched Real County, Edwards County, and a couple of the not only the county, but the municipalities within there to bring their landfill here, to bring their landfill goods here. Also, when we switched to getting Philip the certification to be able to test our landfill versus having to pay someone to do that for us, there are 9, all the testing companies are out of San Antonio or further east. There are 9 facilities west of us that with his certification, we can actually do the testing for them too. And his license doesn't change. Like he's licensed already with the step, with where we took him, we elevated his credentials when I was on the board, and he can now do our testing. He can also do the testing for those 9 other type S sites that are beyond us and are paying for someone to come from San Antonio to go out there, and they're charging them mileage and they're charging them time and all that. So as John mentioned, there's a lot of revenue opportunities that we need to look at that are not just partnering with the city of Brackettville. So Phillips certification is something that can be monetized. There's other places to look. And as far as like us, I know it's working right now and we're doing what we've got to do to haul off our trash. In the long run, though, you have a variable expense there that you can't control. And as you mentioned, Jason, I mean, at some point diesel we can control here, but once you start getting into diesel surcharges, I mean, once they go up, they don't come back down, right? I mean, and so that's going to be a big implication going forward. And with the growth that's happening from Castroville this way, there's going to be less and less places for landfills, and the value of that ability to do that and have that certification is only going to go through the roof. So lots to consider, but there's a lot of different facets to do that. And if you can find those books to get that consultant back in, a lot of that work was predicated on how we did that and some of the things that we used to do. So
Thank you for that. For all the additional information, it kind of makes the issue of the bulldozer more important. Fast forward now to discussion and possible action items. Mr. Wiley, Director Wiley will be giving the Reader Digest version of the employment retention credit monies.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. Adam?
Yes, sir. This one first?
Does everyone remember what employment retention monies are?
Okay, just, I'm gonna give everybody the cliff notes on what's going on with me with being in Hollywood today. Is essentially, I've had a needle in my eye twice in the last 2 weeks, getting out a piece of metal, and I had my eye dilated the other day, and now I have like a silicone bandage over it. So that's all the bad news. The good news is that I don't see over here real good, which is perfect because I don't really want to look at David Mann. So anyways, I'll try to get through this. Okay, so what I did, I know there's been some talk about the ERC monies, and hey, there's been stuff said, hey, it's mostly all gone, or whatever. Whatever's been said doesn't really matter, other than the fact that prompted me to go, you know what, I want to see where it all went. And I should have done that because it's very difficult to dig into the books and really try to find all of the little nooks and crannies, because Jason pointed out earlier, when we got the money, we didn't really know what to do with it. So it went into the historical fund. And then the CPA said, oh, no, you can't do that. It has to go into the general fund. So then there was this how do we manage it? Where does it go? Well, so now it's in the general fund. And it had to go there, but it's not assessment money, so it doesn't get dispersed to historical preservation, stuff like that. That whole lump sum of money went into the general fund. Now, it wasn't earmarked, and it didn't need to be. It was so that money, once that money goes in there, every dollar doesn't say, well, this is the ERC dollar. And so what I did is I tried to go through all the books for years, audits and everything, and I tried to find, when I knew I got on the board, it came here 2 months later, and said, okay, well, these are the large purchases that I know that we made. And at that time, if you remember, Mr. Peterson had stepped out, and so we were in tight control of all of the money. We had restricted the money down to even $100 charge had to go through management. And so I just want to dispel the idea that somehow, one, the ERC money is gone, and two, that the money was in any shape, form, or fashion wasted during those times. So right here, you'll see this chart shows most of the expenses for the ERC money. This 15%, Adam, can you go down a little bit, buddy? Okay, let's go down and then we'll kind of go back up. All right. So this is the original amount of ERC money, the 782,708. Okay. That money was then had to be paid in a percentage to Jones and Associates, and that percentage, I believe, is like 14 or 15%. So this is their fee for basically filing it, and of course they found us and then said, hey, we will file this for you, and this is what you owe us if you get this money. So that's what we did. Okay, now I'm gonna take your mind off of this and go, okay, here's the bank balances from May 2023 at $599,000. And then the bank balance of June 2023 went to 1.37 million. So this gets a little easier because we've only had years of loss. If we had years of gain, then we'd have to kind of figure this out over and under, but we've only had years of loss. And so, so what I did is I went to the bank balance in October when I started doing this report, and it's 645. So if you take all those numbers, you get a net 46,000, right? So today, or on October, the end of October, the ending balance, we had $46,000 of ERC money that remained in our account that was still there. Okay, but it's not that simple because we paid a one-time payment in 2025 of $201,000 for insurance. That's all ERC money. We didn't used to pay that money up front. We used to make it in payments. Okay, and then we paid our taxes as a one-time payment of $97,000. The remaining balance came out of the restricted fund. So right here, there's $300,046, essentially $347,000, whatever. That is pure ERC money that allows the association to pay these payments up front, save money in the long run, and then not get hit with our monthly, overages. Okay, and then these other numbers here are back bills. Now, let me explain back bills. So when we got all that money and we're trying to get a handle on everything that's going on in the association, we had a few bills that had not been paid and that Mr. Peterson failed to pay, or things that had not been done. One of those was the washing machine system at the for the motel, the ozone system had not been paid. So we had to pay that bill. It was a large chunk of money. I think it's like six something $1,000, $7,000. We had to pay a lawyer bill of $9,800. We had to pay for 2 audits that averaged $27,000 to $30,000. So right there, we've got $79,000 or $84,000 that just right off the top came off of the ERC money because we had to pay for those things. Okay. And then general fund large expenses. This is not all of them, but the big ones, and why I labeled it large expenses, is $79,000. Some of those expenses, let me see if I got them written down. I can recite some of them, but some of those large expenses would have been like helping with the golf course repair, the pumps, stuff like that. I know I got some more detailed stuff here. The fence in the front, electrical at the motel, which was $5,000. We rented a backhoe multiple times. It was $9,000. Turf control, which is pesticide, if I remember correctly, $4,100. These were all things that were not in the budget that had to come out of ERC money. Okay. That totaled $79,000. That's a low number. I don't know the exact number, but I'm just finding what I did is I went through the system and I started with $2,500. And then I went back and tried to remember every time that we as a board had voted on spending that money, because remember, we had this down to $100 and we did not have a general manager. So we were reviewing every single cost and every single dollar that was going out above $100. And then what I can't track is the general fund. There's $208,000 missing out of this equation. I can't track that money. It could be in $1 increments. It could be in $250 increments. It's just money that went into the general fund that is either, spent for paying employees or whatever the case may be. But it's just money that I personally am not going to spend the time to go and track every dollar. I don't even think it's possible. Okay, go about them. So you can see here, if you look at just what we paid Jones and Associates and just in back bills, okay, we're like 26%. 26% of the ERC money was already gone before it ever hit the bank account. Okay, so we had to pay these back bills and we had to pay Jones and Associates. So 26%, 25% of it's gone. We got 75% of it remaining. Of that 75%, about 55 to 60% of it has been spent, and we know that we have somewhere around $350,000 of it remaining. Okay, all right, and everybody can ask me questions at the end if you have something. Okay, next one, Adam, please.
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay, so scroll it down just a touch. Okay, there you go. No, you're good. Okay. So what I did is I tried to find the best constant, which is the audits. And then, the 24-25 fiscal stuff, I had to pull out a QuickBooks. So I tried to do as much due diligence as I could do finding these numbers. But the problem is that the audits do get done in accrual. And while they are very consistent in how they're reported to us, they even have inconsistencies because they could be kind of bundled differently from year to year, just dollars here and there could be classed differently. And to what extent, I don't know. I just know that it's not all exactly the same. And then I took the rest of the information, like I said, out of 24, 25, I took that out of QuickBooks. Okay. So what you see here is 3 units of we have payroll, which is our blue line. We have repair maintenance, which is our green line. And I'm not a graph expert like Jason, so I probably could have done this a lot better, but I quite frankly got tired of messing with it. And then total expense is our large line here, and then our net income is all the red. Okay. So if you notice here in 21-22, we had let's see, in 21-22, we had considerable more income. Okay. So our overall income in 21-22 was $2.708 million. Now, of that, the largest factors were the motel made $445,000, the RV park made $164,000, and assessments is $1.595 million. So in that year where we had all this income generated, we still lost. I believe in that year, the loss is $124,715. $2.7 million of income, $124,715 of loss. That's per the audit. Okay. Now, it'd be fair to point out that there are some differences. They were paying a lot more for insurance back then. Our insurance has gone down considerably, close to $100,000. And so things like that matter, and being fair and honest about where I think, the money has gone to give a clear picture here. Okay, 22-23, Mr. Peterson steps out mid-year. You can see that our employee costs, payroll goes way up. I don't remember us hiring anybody, so I know some people left, but I don't remember really hiring anybody. So most of that cost was probably already established in the previous year just through hiring people, and that's where it ended up. And we had a loss in that year of $211,000, and our assessments went down $32,000. Our payroll went up $187,000, and our repair maintenance, and I think this is important as well. Our repair maintenance in this year, in 21-22 fiscal year, is $118,000. So when as long as I've been on board, one of the biggest gripes you see is, hey, the grass isn't cut, this isn't done, and windows at the adult center or at Dickman or whatever. And by God, if we had all the money, I mean, we would just throw it out there and get it all done. But obviously that's not possible. So let me just tackle that real quick, since we're talking about it, and make it, because it's a lot of information. I know it's going to be hard to grasp all of it. But on the repair maintenance, we're at 118,000 in 21-22. We're at 271,000 was spent in maintenance, repair and maintenance in 23, and then 234,000 in 24, and in 25 we've spent 323,000. So if anybody wants to tell us that we're not trying to fix things, that this lady here is not trying to fix things, you're crazy. Because we're spending more money now trying to fix things than we've ever spent in the past. So going on to the payroll, you can see that there's been claims that we've spent way too much money. We have too many employees, the office full, whatever it is. These are factual numbers. We have dropped in respect to our total expense that we have dropped our overall employment employees that we have in order to, what any company would do. If one year you're going to make $1 million and the next year you're going to make 500, thousand, you can't have the same amount of employees or you're going to get hurt. And so at the end of the day, the association has reacted to that, and all of our expenses have gone down in reaction to that. Okay. The net income line here, in 21, 22 is 124,000, 211,000. And then adjusted year, because we paid a double insurance, is 108,000. And then 139,000 last year. This has not been audited, so I don't know the exact number, but that's kind of what we think it is. Okay. And you can see these numbers here. So payroll, we're down $285,000 from 22, 23. We're down almost 300 grand in payroll from 22, 23. Repair maintenance, you can see that this has climbed from 118 to 271 to 234 to 323 in an effort to fix things around the fort. Our total expenses in 24, 25, down $331,000, and in fiscal year 25, down $334,000. Our net income, which I just mentioned, is 211 in 22, 23, 108 in 23, 24, adjusted for the insurance, hence the asterisk. And then 24, 25, we estimate 139. Okay, it's not audited number. I got to keep saying that because I don't know how that's all going to turn out. This chart clearly explains that if we operated at this level, but we had the income of 21, 22, and that's not a dollar for dollar, because in order to make that extra money, you got to have more employees. So some of those costs would have gone up. But let's just say it was 50%. We would have a profit in this year of roughly $300,000. Okay. So if we operated where we were today, but we had the income from the hotel and the RV park of 21, 22, we would have a net of about $300,000 surplus. And that's about a 60% average of your dollar kept. Okay, next one, Adam. Okay, this is our income chart. And as you can see, it's not thrilling. Okay. So what I did is the same thing. This is an audited year and an audited year. These are 3 audited years, and this is a QuickBooks year. So these numbers may not be quite as accurate, but they're the best that we have. You can see that our assessments from 21, 22 have dropped by $125,000. Our RV park from 22, 23 has dropped $129,000. Our motel from 21, 22 in Operation Lone Star has dropped $231,000. And golf from year to year is pretty consistent at about $130,000 a year. But I just put in there from last year, it dropped $16,000 or $17,000. Our total income change from 21, 22 per our audit is $494,000, $500,000. That's our total revenue change. And the most of that change came from, most of that change you can see comes from the motel and the RV park. Okay. That's $360,000 of that dollars. Okay. So all I did was broke out the really big, we have 5 points to sale. This is only 3 of them. And then we have our largest source of income, which is assessments. So we're always going to have stuff to work on with the association. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Nobody would deny that. But what I would say is that for the last 3 years, there's been no money wasted, that we have dropped as all these other things that have been affected by a dry spring and not having pipeliners, which now we do. We see the effects of that. And when Travis was president, I mean, I remember one of the first meetings I came to, he said, we got lucky. We got Operation Lone Star. We got lucky. And the motel and the motel and the RV park were just hammering. And it also brings to light that those are our largest sources of income right now outside of assessments. Okay. So the ERC money came at the right time. Okay. This is employee retention credit money. And it belongs to the association. It's not money that, in a perfect world, we could have done a million things with this money, but it came at the right time. The spring is dry. The RV park has been incredibly down. The motel has been incredibly down in comparison to 21, 22. And in 22, 23, the RV park hit it out of the park. I think they did $319,000 in fiscal year 22, 23. Okay. So in response to that, it is my belief that the board has managed the money very well. And that a lot of money has gone into repairs and maintenance and trying to get the fort headed in the right direction. And that we've saved a lot of money in having a skeleton crew, which Charlena would argue that's pretty much what we have. We're down to 6 maintenance employees. We used to have somewhere around 14. So I think it's important that we keep all of this in perspective and realize that based off my numbers, we have somewhere around $350,000 of the employee retention credit money still in our bank account. Well, it's being used to our benefit. It's paid $100,000 in taxes. It's paid a $200,000 insurance bill, and then we still have the remaining balance. And that, I don't know any other way to get it any closer than that than to go from off the bank accounts from when the month before, the month it got in, put in the account, deposited, and then selecting a month and going, what's our over under, and then finding all this data and trying to break it down. So, does anybody have any questions for me?
John, I missed the first part. Did having the motel closed down now for 10 months, how does that affect our current situation?
I don't know. I didn't really track that. I mean, the motel for last year, it made 213,000. The year before, it made 232. So, there's no way to measure it, Memo. Not really. Not that I'm aware of.
We would have to track occupancy rates month to month to know that.
Yeah, you're right. And you could actually build that data. I know that occupancy rate used to get put in the packet, and I mean, I see it here now, but it used to be in every single month. And I think Peterson did that as well. So you could go and you could collect all that data and you could find that math, but
how much we got
for what point, what purpose, the most important thing here is for the membership to understand that there's a considerable amount of this money is still it's still at our disposal. It has not been wasted, and we're currently using it, and that's what it's there for. And in the perfect world, if we didn't need $20 million worth of work on the fort, we could have used that money to invest or do something else, but that's not the world we live in. So
I would like to say though that a lot of people may not think about this. The prices because of COVID almost doubled in materials.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that and fuel made a big impact on that as well. So we have to take that into consideration as well. And here's something, I don't know if you had hunting a couple of years ago.
I just, because
No, it's
it's
okay.
not one of our points of sale,
Right.
it is a
now.
highlight. It's 100% a highlight. And the trapping program mirrored that of the hunting program. So I looked at all that data. And what happened is that we stopped the trapping and it was making about 150 a year. And then we stopped that and then it went straight down because we had to reestablish the hunting program. Okay. And now your hunting program is mirroring that of the trapping, which I think anybody in business would argue 100% that the hunting is 100 times better than trapping because of the residual effect of having the hunting. I just didn't include it in here because I'm trying to really help everybody to understand.
I will say though that I think we're in a good spot, and here's why. The hotel's gonna get fixed. When that hotel gets fixed, it's gonna bring in more income. The RV park is doing fantastic. Now, that does have to do with obviously pipeliners coming in, other people coming in to stay here. But at the end of the day, we've also got the hunting. We also have our venues. Our venues rent really well. So I think once we get the hotel fixed, I don't think people, you will see that our income's gonna increase because our hotel will start bringing in the money that we're used to it bringing in, and we're used to living with higher prices now.
Yeah, I think after digging through all of this data and realizing where we are right now, when companies get skinny, that's when they have the most opportunity to grow. And we've gotten pretty stinking skinny because when you get skinny and then you have an opportunity to make money, generally speaking, you can do that and you're not incurring the overhead of another company. So I really think we're sitting in a really good spot. We would all love for it to be better, but we're sitting in a good place that as opportunity comes our way or we create that opportunity, we're going to be able to accept those challenges and also with this board mindfully regulate our expenses and try to capitalize as many dollars out of that as we can.
John, are we skinny or are we starving?
Yeah, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about our crew, right? Our administration, our maintenance and all that other stuff. I would say we're skinny, we're lean and that's a good place to be. Because, when you're fat, you're losing money. You're wasting money.
John, what kind of numbers are you including in maintenance? Are you including salaries of?
No.
Of who?
No, that the repair maintenance is I believe in the audits, if I'm not mistaken, it's all of the it's all the cost of every dollar we spend at True Value at. Gosh, dang it.
Okay, so it's not salaries.
No. That doesn't have anything to do with salaries.
Do that separately.
No, it's purely just, it's material based costs that come out of maintenance. It has nothing to do, that's just all in payroll, tied in that number.
Any other questions or concerns? That's a lot to digest. And, but I think it gives a clear understanding of, or it gives more information regarding the ERC monies. And unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation, purposely driven information to misguide us to regarding these monies. And that's right now, that's the best we can do at this moment.
I mean, I disagree that we've gotten misinformation. We've had some things pointed out to us and that caused us to tighten our belts heavily, which might make some of that accurate. But I don't think we've been misinformed. We had some things pointed out to us. We cranked down the budget. We reduced the staff. We did a lot of things. That wasn't just from lies that people have been spreading around. So we certainly made a difference.
Well, I'm talking about information like,
Yeah,
it's
so
all
when-
been stolen.
Yeah.
It hasn't been stolen.
I don't know who said that. No one reliable said that.
Oh, yeah, they have.
Well, who said that?
You shouldn't say
I mean, I saw a lot of articles and other things, but I never heard any reputable source say that the money has been stolen. Maybe some trash talking around town, but that's part of the
That's
course
part
around
of
this
the
place.
misinformation. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, okay.
All right, next item, Mr. Warren Thompson, you have the floor regarding very specifically you mentioned 3 issues. Let's start off with the golf carts. We have a response for your questions.
Go ahead.
Well, ask the question.
He already asked the question.
Well, what's the
But there's
question?
new people here.
Well, they're on the agenda. I don't know. Let's go forward.
I'm looking for the email.
Well, I'm kind of excited that David's here, and maybe David could come up and.
Well, the first question is, what happened to the golf carts? We have an answer for that,
Okay, what is it?
okay?
I do not.
And we have 2 people responding to that, the golf carts.
So from my understanding and researching, when Mr. Peterson was here, the 12 golf carts were extremely old. Couldn't get parts for them anymore. And to my understanding, from asking around and digging as deep as I could, he had given a few to maintenance, but they were not able to buy parts for them. So they just, and then they were given to, I believe it was Mike Palmer, was it Mike?
Some, but I think he might have the order.
Well, so we had 7 cars. We had
Max
7 cars.
That's
This was
Max
before I
Wilson.
was here.
Max.
I'm Max Wilson. I run the golf course. We had 7 carts. This was before I was here, given to us from Peterson. Parts are still really available for those golf carts. It's just that Peterson instructed them to strip those carts for parts to maintain the other ones. So when I got here, we had 4 running carts and we had 3 stripped. The ones that were stripped were completely stripped out. We had everything stripped out of them. I gave those carts away to a guy out of Del Rio in trying to clean up the shop over there because it was a complete wreck around that. The other 5 carts, I think, were given to fill up in the same thing. I'm pretty sure he was given the same instructions to strip them to keep whichever ones he keep running to run. Once we got down to that part, the same thing he had to do to keep his area clean over there. He gets rid of them to someone that wants them. So, I mean, it was, I guess, more saving money. You don't have to haul them off yourself.
And you get 3 for maintenance, correct?
I had 4.
You have 4 for maintenance.
Mhm.
Right.
That's a total of 12, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I had the 7. Philip had the 5, so that's 12. And also finding those golf carts where they were bought, they weren't in 2023 where you were looking at. They were actually end of 2020, early 2021. That's why you couldn't find anything in the budget where they were approved or anything like that.
In 2021?
End of 2020, early 2021.
Stand by, Max.
So were they approved by the board?
Yes.
Yes,
Because you said that you were sitting here when they came and asked to
No.
have the golf carts,
to be that,
purchased.
I was in your spot. Miss Sandy Hagan and her board were here at that time. They chose to unload those 12 golf carts. Okay, now unload those golf carts because they were getting new ones. My complaint to the board at that time was, don't finance them. At that time, that was my only complaint.
So what happened to all the chargers and all the batteries and all the tires and,
Well,
you had 5 down at maintenance, they ended up with Mike Palmer.
right.
And you gave 4 to this,
No, I gave
fellow in Del Rio.
three that were stripped, 3 carts.
So that's 9, and you had,
I have 4 left. I have 4 carts, I have 4 carts at maintenance.
Okay,
I gave 3 away, which makes 7, and then that 5 that Philip had makes 12.
I've never seen any golf carts used on the court out of maintenance.
Well, that's, you asked the question, that's the response, okay? That's what's happened to the 12 golf carts.
So if you go to our maintenance building right now, there's 4 golf carts.
Okay, who decided that the golf carts all had to be replaced?
Peterson.
The board and
Peterson replaced them?
The board and the Peterson.
Now, I can believe that story because he was never much for fixing anything, because when we had the hot water heater go out at the RV park, we were fixing.
Okay, Warren, we'll talk about that in a minute. That's a separate issue.
I think I have the floor.
No,
I have the floor.
we have questions to answer, and we're trying to answer those
Yeah,
questions.
I know it, and I'm trying to answer the
The
question.
water park heater 5 years ago doesn't make
Who
any difference.
authorized the replacement of 12 golf carts?
Peterson and the board.
Peterson did.
That's the end of that
Okay.
question. Yeah, Peterson, and there's a board member right there. That is finished. There's your answer. Now, the next question is, decision to replace irrigation pump in 2024.
Yeah, who made that decision?
So that was an email vote because it wasn't in January of 2024. It was actually in the middle of summer. And so that was an email vote, which they have the right to do because it was in a circumstance where we had to get it done or we were going to lose our greens. And to replace our greens would be $20,000.
So was it the
The
pump?
irrigation.
Was
It
it
was
the
the pump
electric
and the
motor?
casing. So
The
first
pump
off,
and the
the motor up on top was hit by lightning and it
Okay.
blew that motor up. At that time, it was a 100 horsepower motor. We switched up to a 75 horsepower motor. Once we put that motor in, because that runs so much stronger, being it's a brand new motor, we had a 10-volt pump in the ground. That 10-volt pump went weak just from impellers going out in it. And so we went to a 7-volt pump in the ground. While we had the crew here, they had pulled the casing. The casing is the original casing that's been in the ground. So it's steel casing that's submerged in water 24/7. That was right on the brink of having a blowout. It's $3,800 to call that company back out here to replace that, and it was going to go out in my idea, probably in a year.
Yeah.
Within a year, it's going to go out. So we went ahead and had the casing replaced at the same time, but we had the crew out here, and we were spending an extra $3,800 on having them come out.
What kind of pressure do you run on that?
Oh, shoot, I don't know. I think coming right out of the ground, about 150. And by the time I get to the course, I'm running 90.
Okay.
So it's, it's a high pressure system.
The question I have is that in January of 2024, when that bill was brought to the board, there was no discussion about that bill and there was no motion in the minutes to pay the bill. So did you do that in executive session?
He just said it was an
Email
email vote, and an email vote is allowed for emergency
So
situations.
that was already done ahead of the meeting.
It's an email vote.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Your next question was,
Should be in the minutes.
your next question is,
It should, yeah, it should be.
Should.
your next question was organization chart for FCS, specifically job descriptions and SOPs, Ms. Calendar.
I have an org chart, but let me explain to you and electronically email it to you. I answer to the board. And every department that I have that is a manager answers to me. All the managers that have employees, those employees answer to each manager. That's how it works. But in reality, I answer to the people too.
So where's the chart?
I said I'll electronically send it to you.
I'm not that techie. I could probably just pick it up.
Oh, I'll print it for you then. And then job descriptions, I have a job description for every single employee. So I was kind of taken aback when I watched your thing saying we don't have job description. And when I did all of my evaluations in 2024, I redid every single job description and updated them. So I can send you every single one of those or make a copy for you.
So you
And
wrote,
here's
so you
one
wrote the
of my
job
new one
descriptions?
right there.
You wrote the job descriptions for all the jobs here on the court?
I redid what they had.
Oh, I didn't even know they had any.
They did.
But
You didn't ask.
You never asked.
Oh, yes, I did ask.
You didn't
I
ask me.
did ask.
You didn't ask me.
When I interviewed for that job with you, Memo, you didn't even have a job description on what the general manager was being hired.
That was before we hired her.
No, that was when you and I were being interviewed. You didn't even have a job description for that job.
There was
So
one.
don't tell me there was one.
There was one
There
because
was because Jody Stevens made it. I
never
have
saw
all
it.
her, I have all her information.
Okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I don't mind more.
All right.
Okay, so the whole point of this exercise, Warren, is all the answers, you have answers here from the golf course and your answers here. And you know, you're free to have meetings all you want. That's fine, I don't care. But you didn't, your answers are right
I
here.
think what we're talking about on the golf course is
Answers
the
are right here.
deficit that's at the golf course. That's what the big concern is. People paying money to support the golf course.
And
You
we're
know, at $180,000 a year deficit. So how many years has that been going on? And I hear this comment about we've
Hold on.
already sunk $2 million into the golf course. Well, have you ever heard of return on investment?
Correction.
You're sinking $200,000 a year into a golf course and you have no plans to get that money back.
Okay.
No
thank you.
plans at all.
We got it. Stand by. We're gonna have people here from the golf course regarding that.
I would like to make a comment. I have the job description for the general manager that was posted when they hired her. If, I'll make a copy of it for you if you'd
Yeah,
like
I'd
to.
love to.
But there is a job description for our general manager.
I appreciate it.
Now, we've answered your question. Some of the board members want to ask you a question. Ms. Hagan's behind there. Max, do you have anything else to add regarding?
There's quite a few more things that Warren brought up in his roundtable meeting. Do you want me
Yeah,
to
but you're the
clarify
next,
those or
no,
not?
you're the next item.
I'd love to
Oh,
hear
up on
that.
You're the next item.
You're the
Take
next
just a little bit of time
Yes,
Next item.
you can respond.
and then you go.
He's on the agenda.
Good. Yeah, I know. Okay. I don't know what beef he has with the golf course. The golf course has been here. People love it. When we came, people would leave if you closed it. What do you do with it? Property values surrounding the golf course would go up if you took away the golf course. We operate a deficit. When I was on the board, we made several studies of other homeowners associations and other places with golf courses. They all lose money. It's the backup that supports them. Uvalde, their memorial course loses money. The city supports it. Del Rio's been private, city. Finally, the city, because they have to back it, because the golf course loses money. We all do. But it's hurt when you come here. The pool technically loses money. We don't charge for the pool, but we spend money on it. Right? Same with our buildings. We don't charge enough. So that's why we run a deficit. Now, as far as this accusation that nobody volunteers, the Ladies Association volunteers. We have volunteered to pay for the paint to repaint the limit lines on the cart paths. We're waiting just for Max to get it scheduled for us. We've spent thousands of dollars of labor and treasure supporting the golf course, we golfers and people that don't even golf. As far as the golf course, yeah, I was on the board from February of 2020 through March 30th or whatever of 21. And yes, we had to replace those golf courses, just like Max described them. People were calling us on cell phones from the golf course because they were stranded. Now, you can't run a golf course if you don't have carts. The only reason that we lease them with option to buy is because purchasing them would have cost us between $40,000 and $50,000 for 12 of them. Whereas leasing, we could pay and then buy them at the end of the lease if we wanted to. Yeah, and they were beautiful carts. They weren't the top of the line and they weren't the bottom. They were in the middle. And yes, the board definitely approved them. And I remember Memo standing up there talking about it. So the board did approve it. None of these expenses, whether it's pump or pump housing or dredging or any of these other things, that if the golf committee, the men's association, or the ladies didn't pay for it, were all approved by the board. And I've been at those meetings, so I know it's possible. I mean, it's what happened. So, yes, if I sound irritated, I am just a little bit. Because you guys are doing the boards before you did their jobs, you're doing your jobs, approving these things. So it's kind of offensive for a member to accuse you of not doing the right thing. Especially not asking the right questions. And we've always had job descriptions. I spent 6 years on the board, on and off. We always had job descriptions. Some of them could have been better. They needed to be rewritten, but they have always been job descriptions for every single job on the board.
What we're lacking is SOPs, job descriptions, simple to produce. SOPs
Yes.
are much more difficult to maintain and follow and produce.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Thank you, Ms. Senator.
You're welcome.
Okay, Warren, I'm gonna,
Warren said 180,000 loss a year. I would like to know what the real number is.
You said 130 earlier.
What?
no, it's between 80 and 110 or so every year. something like
Okay,
that.
but what's the real number?
Well,
You got depreciation,
Right.
you got insurance,
That's
you got
just cash.
taxes.
That's right.
You got all this stuff that's gonna be there anyway. Okay, and we have also, from my understanding, we don't get credit for the beer sales. No, I mean, Pro Shop doesn't get credit for the beer sales. The trail fees go to the general fund. So I don't know about all that, but I know the number's far different. And I talked to Travis and Mr. Peterson right here at this table a couple of years ago, 3 maybe, and asked Mr. Peterson, said, so what is the real number? When you take away all these numbers, they're gonna be there anyway. So that doesn't count. If you close the golf course, those expenses are still there, so it doesn't count. And he said probably around 50. Now, I don't know the accuracy of that, but that's what he said, okay? And also, suppose that the only reason, the big expense you got out there is labor, okay? If you fire all those guys, what are we gonna have out there, jungle? The trees falling down, weeds this high, snakes, cats? I mean, is that what we're gonna have?
Lots of cats.
I expect the people that live on the golf course to really appreciate that. How would you like that, Memo? If it grows up like this?
Not really.
We can't have that. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I'd just like to, it's gonna sound like I'm really supporting the golf course, but in reality, I support all the amenities of the association. I think they're very important and they all work together to, to make a good chocolate chip cookie. So, I know you spoke to this before, Warren. How many members, are there at the golf course?
When I joined a year ago, I was number 41.
Okay. How many houses or lots border the golf course and benefit from the real estate prices? 130. I counted them. Okay. What money developed the golf course?
I heard it was mostly private. Is that
I
right or
mean,
not?
sorry, what money developed the RV park?
Oh, I have no idea.
Membership money. Okay. So how many members live in the RV park? Full-fledged member, landowning members, how many of them live in the RV park?
I know one.
So you want us to make decisions about the golf course when there literally may be not one single member that lives in the RV park. You want us to make decisions about the golf course in relationship to the RV park when the RV park was funded and created by membership money, and not one member presumably lives in the RV park, but we're going to shut the golf course down because the RV park makes money. All of these amenities and all of these points of sale, they all work together to make this place go. And we cannot look at it so one-sided, because let me throw a couple more numbers at you. Out of the 130 lots, if we just average $150,000 per lot and their decrease in their equity went down by 10%, that's 1.5 million. You going to cover that? If it went down by 20%, that's 3 million. These are extremely conservative ballpark numbers. So do you want your neighbors' real estate prices to go down by $3 million? Conservatively?
Are you done? How many people in this place bought real estate because they initially came here through the RV park?
That is a great point. It does not have anything to do with the argument.
What's your argument then?
The argument is that you want us to make decisions from what happens at the RV park in relationship to the golf course. And they have no connection. They do not matter.
What do you mean RV park? We were talking about the golf course.
You are always ranting and raving about the RV park makes money and that money goes to cover the golf course. Are you not?
Absolutely.
There you go. It doesn't make any difference. That's a hill of beans. All of that money goes into the general fund, the same as the motel money, the same as the beer and alcohol money, the same as trail fee money. It all goes into the general fund, and all of that money is used to support this system.
So you're saying the RV park doesn't matter? We can close the RV park? That's what you're saying? How many people on the RV park committee that met Tuesday night were actually living in the RV park?
I don't know. That's not the point.
I'm going to try and tell you.
That's not the point.
That means that out of the 12 people sitting in that room, the other 10 were actually living in property here on the port. But they support the RV park and they support the social programs of the RV park because the RV park is the avenue by which a lot of people come and live and buy property here. That is the number one avenue.
And that is supported, that avenue is supported by membership dollars.
That avenue
The
is
same
supported by
as the golf
rent.
course.
That's supported by rent. And when you choose the golf course over other amenities here, you don't have
That's
a
exactly
basketball
what's
court,
not
we
happening.
don't have tennis courts, we don't have facilities for children, we got a baseball field that's unusable. I saw people in here, they cleaned it up so their kids could go over there and play a couple of years ago. They came in and cleaned it up.
They always do.
That's an amenity too, same as a golf course. That one golf course costs us $180,000 every year, year after year after year. Where are you going to get return on investment from that $180,000, which has already been about $2 million? You're going to stick another $2 million in there and then say, you know what? I think we're losing money here. We need to have volunteers. I joined the golf course in November of 2024 to become a volunteer. I asked, what committee can I join? Are you gonna tell me when you have a tournament? Are you gonna tell me when you have a social event? Never got a call about anything. So don't tell me I'm not willing to volunteer to support the golf course because I think we need a golf course too. But we cannot afford one at $180,000 a year. It has to be brought under control somehow. So we have money left over to do other things on the fort. Fix these buildings and run events and support the children we have here. We had to argue with the general manager to put playground equipment at the RV park.
Warren.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on.
Let me speak to this. That playground that you put in, if one of those kids gets hurt, we can get sued for that because it is not up to specs per the state of Texas. You don't even have kid mulch in there.
We have AstroTurf, which keeps them out of the mesquite bushes. You don't have your employees
Warren,
cleaning out of the RV park. That's what we have for playground.
It is not per specs that it needs to be.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not.
Show me the deal.
Go to Texas. I will send you the link, but it is not.
There should be playground equipment in about at least.
I agree.
Mr. Thompson, excuse me. We are way off the agenda.
Okay.
All right. Next, and I would suggest, I'm not even apologizing. I would suggest if you want to really have a discussion.
No, there is no discussion here because Memo cuts it off. That's what we're doing. Whenever we come here to discuss things, we're all cut off.
Mr. Thompson.
So we're not going to have
Mr.
it.
Thompson, this is a board meeting. It's not a town hall. If you want to talk to them, schedule an appointment with the executive session.
We had a town hall and they wouldn't listen to the things in.
Mr. Ward.
Let me redirect a little bit here.
This is
Since we're
a
done,
board
we can
meeting.
be done.
Please sit down.
At the end of the day, I can tell you that everybody on this board does not get along. And we all work through that, but I know one thing we all have in common is that we do care about the association. We love.
These people don't care about the association?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
We love the volunteers. I've never heard a negative word out of any board member, past or present, say anything negative about the volunteers. And I think that is really, really important. And furthermore, I have never heard any past or present board member speak negatively about any one amenity over another, because when you sit at this table, you realize that it all has to work together. And and maybe you don't understand that, Warren, and that's okay. That's okay. You have your position. That's okay too. But from right here, we can't look at it like that. And I'm sorry that we won't be able to agree on that. But we as a board and past and present agree that all of this stuff works together. And that's the way we're going to continue to run.
John, if you support volunteerism on this fort, why can I not get the water truck from maintenance to go out and water the trees on the par three? Why can I not get one of those kids to come
Warren.
help me pick up the rocks and the branches and cut the pipes on the par
Warren.
three so that the lawnmowers don't hit them and we're breaking $15,000 lawnmowers mowing?
We got you on the agenda. We've answered your questions and we can talk about.
And I know,
And
you like to just go on.
No, we're gonna have a town hall in January before the meeting, so.
Yeah,
Any
try
questions?
and answer all the questions or let people speak then, Memo,
No.
because cutting people off and just calling.
You're on the
thing-
agenda, Warren.
You're the
You're
one,
on the
you're the
agenda.
one who cut the meeting off at the board
You're
meeting and
on-
Jason cut it off at the town hall.
You're on the
You're not
agenda.
interested in listening to these
Okay.
people out here who pay the bills.
I believe
That's what you
Max
are.
is supposed to.
Okay, thank you. Max, go ahead and answer the questions regarding the town hall that he asserted that were not correct.
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
I got lots of time. Go ahead.
We're gonna need it probably. From the roundtable meeting specifically, there's a lot of things that Warren had brought up that he didn't have the correct answers for, or maybe he was just misinformed and had the wrong answers. I'll try to briefly go through them. If we have any questions in the middle of it, y'all can ask me. We've gone over the new carts. He was looking in the wrong area to find out when we bought the new carts. We've gone what happened to the old carts. Let's see where the carts came from. The carts did not come from Mike Willis over in Uvalde. The carts came from Easy Go themselves.
Yep.
So if you want to find where that is, you can look up Easy Go.
I have a contract.
Miss Charlena has the contract. David Mann definitely doesn't know where the golf carts are. He hardly knows where he is.
I know what mine.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we got? We're gonna talk about the pump. Warren brought up where he comes from, pumps last 50 or 60 years. I don't know what pumps that he's talking about or what we're doing, if they're regular city pumps or what's going on. I can't find anything that supports that. Let's see, I know, a good pump is gonna last you 10, 20 years, depending on the condition of your water. And of course, what we're bringing in, what kind of debris we have in there that's coming through those impellers. He also stated that we didn't get 3 bids. We did get 3 bids. We had Mario's Electric, we had my company, Wilson Well Service and Water Well Drilling, and we had Michael Peak, which is Peak Well Service, that all gave bids in. Peak Well Service came in at the cheapest, and that's who we went with. And of course, I gave them the specs on the pump that I wanted. Had stainless steel impellers in it. It says a little more longevity to the pump. So I gave them the specs on the pump that we wanted, and everything else was going to be as labor to get it put in. Peak came in cheaper. Even I had the inside on it, being as my company, and I still couldn't beat Peak. So we went with Peak on that. Had him do it. The casing was replaced because it was right at time for it to go out, and it was going to be $3,800 just to have someone come out, pull it to put new in, not including the cost for the casing. Let's see. A lot of things we couldn't find. Okay, plugger machine, aerator, purchased in 2024. There wasn't one purchased in 2024. The aerator that was purchased out of Georgia was purchased by the FCS Golf Committee. It was also someone, one of the members went and picked it up. I don't know if y'all paid for it.
$1,300.
They paid the member to go and pick it up. It was nothing to do with the board. They had nothing to do with that. One thing that's probably going to come up too is we bought a 300-gallon Toro sprayer for the greens this year. Also paid for them. We had some donations from different guys from the Men's Golf Association, and then I donated for the shipping, like $1,500 to have it shipped down here. So that was all paid for out of the committees. Nothing to do with the board.
And that's all volunteers, right?
All volunteers. PTO braking on our John Deere. So Warren had stated turning too sharply breaks the PTO. That may be correct for like a PTO shaft, something like that, but the actual internals of the PTO have nothing to do with turning too sharply. that is what broke on ours. He also said it was being driven by a volunteer when it broke, and that's incorrect. I was actually the one driving it, which I am employed, contracted to the port. I was the one driving it when it broke.
What's a PTO?
It's an external power source to run equipment. I'll jump into this real fast. I also have a job description. So my job description is to maintain the golf course and all the equipment, to manage all work done on the course, to manage and make schedules for any maintenance employees of the golf course. Along with that, I'm also talking with the Women's Association, the Men's Association, the Fort Clark Springs Association, trying to do things that they need when they want to fund money for projects they want done. I'm gonna get over here.
So let me ask you a quick question. And I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say it a weird way. What do you actually get paid from the association contract wise? And then of that money, how much do you actually give back?
I get paid 14,400.
It's so embarrassing.
So I get paid 14,400 a year. With my, I get 14,400 a year. The way that came in being that's a contract work for a 1099, so that took me up into a different tax bracket. So I have to give back about $6,000 of that money a year. So that automatically goes back in to pay for all this to cover me on my taxes. And then on top of that, I donate for when we need stuff like the shipping on them and on this. We're talking about buying some seed for this next year, be about $10,000 investment into helping the course with the greens and stuff. So not a lot. To answer your question.
What about that chemical license? Tell us about that.
Well, I have a chemical license. It's so I can pay spray restricted chemicals, deals like that. That's the main reason why I was hired here. Was whenever I was hired on is when not Megan, but what's her mother's name? Lisa was step-in general manager. I was actually only hired on to apply chemicals to the golf course, and in that time, I've taken over more duties without any raise. I mean, I don't need a pay raise. I just want
a little one.
Boy, she did give me a little one, but nothing to speak of. And I want the fort to succeed in the golf course. Of course, I like playing golf, or I want to run a golf course. But I do specialize in lawn, turf, and weed management, and that's where it helps out with me being in there.
Good question. Does that chemical license apply to the entire port, or is it just the golf course?
Well, I do supply. I mean, I supply chemical to the golf course, but when we need something that is restricted chemical, like Taurus or anything like that, we have granulars. We had some problems down at the pool where we had some grubs and stuff eating on it. That's a restricted chemical that I have to put out. I do that service for the fort as well.
So the port's saving money because you have a
yes.
Okay. Nobody in maintenance can do that because they don't have a license.
Right. No one else has a license for restricted chemical. Let's see. Tractor over there. I always want to say, Warren had brought up that he thinks that things were being hid in the budget. I'm here to clarify that there is nothing being hid in the budget. I mean, as far as gas, anything that we do, there's nothing hid in our budget. And if you look at my budget, it's very small. I get $26,000 a year is what I get. He also brought up $15,000 a month going to the golf course. I don't really know what that number is or where it comes from. I was trying to make some relevance of the number to some different things I was looking at. So I'd like some clarification here in a minute from Warren on that number, if he has a chance to give it to us. Let's see. I think I'm almost done. The 15,000. It's hard also to look at members' numbers. So we do, I believe, only have about 50 members on the golf course, actually. Men's Association has roughly 40. Y'all are what, 7 or something?
Something like that.
And Women's Association, I think, is 11 plus right now. So we're definitely getting more members coming in. But it's hard to look at our actual members' numbers to justify on that, because when they're an FCS member here, they get a discounted rate at the golf course. So a lot of them that only get to play once or twice a month or something, instead of going and buying a membership, they're just going to use their discounted rate, and actually saves them money. So we have a lot more golfers than what you can put a number on it, 41 members or 50 members. There's a lot more of that. So it's hard to look at that number. Glenn Garland did mention in that meeting that he thinks 6,000 to 8,000 had been donated. And I can tell you it's well over that between actual cash donations, volunteer work, and then, of course, all of our committees. I would have to estimate we're getting somewhere at least between $25,000 to $50,000 a year in help. And so it's a big community that's trying to go for the golf course. Also, Warren brought up the golf carts look horrible down there. We do maintenance to golf carts. We do all that. You have to understand we're not in an enclosed shed. We're in an open shed out there. Wind blows every night. My guys pull out a number of carts every morning, wash them off. We maintain the batteries. Tires do go low. We live in mesquite land. They all have gunk in them. Usually that gunk settles to the bottom of the tire, and at night you air the tire up, drive it over, get that gunk going. It'll seal the holes up. Let's see. We maintain all our equipment. The fort does not do any maintenance on our golf course. We will use some of their equipment, backhoe, things like that when we have a blowout, something like that. They don't actually do any maintenance out there. If there is one person that comes out to our golf course from maintenance, it's Philip, and that's actually on his time off, where he'll come out there because my guys will be gone and I'll be gone. He'll come out because someone's stuck on the course with a bad tire or something like that with one of the carts, but he comes out, and that's on his own free will, unpaid. He just comes out to do me a favor. So Fort doesn't do anything down there. And
Fort maintenance, you mean?
yeah, Fort maintenance. The Fort maintenance doesn't do anything. We'll use some of their equipment. Now, we don't use their game mower because they don't have the correct game mower for us. We have a specific game mower that cuts low, and it also really follows the contour of the ground to be able to cut with it. If you use a regular game mower, then it'll be all messed up the way it cuts. You know, and it'll scalp, or it'll cut real high on one side. So we use a specific mower, and that's what's tied to our John Deere. So maintenance has nothing to do with our golf course, like I said, unless I call Philip for a personal favor to go do something for me because I'm not on the fort at the time.
Thank you, Max. Is that it?
That's it for me.
That's very good. So, Matt, the $15,000 a month I mentioned times 12 is $180,000 loss at the golf course. That's $180,000 loss when you take the income and the expenses of the golf course. Okay, the other thing is, I don't know where this came from, but in December 31st of 2024, the golf carts were $61,000, and that was put under general maintenance of the fort.
Well, you
So
just
the golf
said, you said
Yeah.
$61,000. They lease the golf carts, so there is no 61. There's not 61,000 though. Is that it?
It's probably what we paid, right?
Well, 61 for the lease, but that was broke up though over a 5-year span.
So what was the total of the 12 golf carts purchased?
Well, it's broke up over a 5-year span. But she has the whole agreement that she can give to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what that is, but that's what Memo said, that he would like to have paid them out right because it was going to save them money, which they didn't. But
Do you remember what those golf carts cost?
that's when Peterson was here. I wasn't here.
That was 5 years ago, Warren. 5 years ago. 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. So what's the
When she has a
$61,000
contract,
in
she has a
2024?
contract. She has a contract.
I have the contract. And it paid off, by the way. We paid him off enough.
Okay,
You can look at the
if you could
contract.
Give me that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, just in my office.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
I really appreciate you coming and answering that.
Max, you may want to give Warren your number in case he has further questions in the future. I'll save you time.
I do.
He's got a business. He's easy to find.
Are you gonna talk about, we're moving on to the next topic. Are you talking about the golf course?
Finish the golf course. What is the charge
The next item.
to play golf here?
Sir.
Somebody comes in from San Antonio and wants to come in and play golf.
David doesn't know?
What is the rate, the daily rate?
I don't know. You're gonna go get it. Can you stand?
No, well, let's just make up a number, okay?
It's around $30.
All right, so $30 to play around. What does Uvalde charge? What does Del Rio charge? What is it Camp Wood, I think, has a golf course?
Bill, do you want to provide those numbers for us next week? And
No,
give us a shot?
I'm just saying that is also an expense that you have to worry about so that you don't overprice yourself out of business.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying.
We're all pretty close.
But it's free.
Tight, Concan is way more expensive now than it was
Mr. Stevens, correct?
Yes, hello, everybody. I'm Kevin Stevens. I'm the president of the Men's Golf Association.
Your concern?
We collect money through tournaments and through donations, and every dollar that we collect goes directly back to the golf course. Nothing goes towards anything else. I have the information on the daily costs. Greens fees are $30. Cart rentals for one person, 15. If there's two people, it's 30. And if you have your own cart, they charge a $7.50 trail fee.
So I can go for $37?
Yeah, 37 if you have your own cart.
Okay.
A little bit more if not. And then we have annual fees if you want to be an annual membership. And we also do for family, for both guests and for members, there are different prices. If you want that information, the golf course carries all that right at the front desk. I'm sure Charlene is going to come in with all that information.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
But,
Thank you.
And if you guys want me to answer any questions about what the men's association's doing, trying to get accomplished, I can definitely cover that because we're in the midst of working on the Lost Morris tournament right now. And the night golf.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next item. Mr. Rocky Lane, would you like to come on up?
You already have an answer?
Well, come on up. I really want to stick to the questions you sent on the email like I did with Mr. Thompson.
I'm sorry?
I want to stick to your questions on your email. And then we can divert a little bit, okay? Your first question is you're requesting information about tree cutting on the roads for clearance of vehicles. I have been requesting this for over a year. Charlena had maintenance start cutting. That lasted one day. It looks like only only on the golf course. Ms. Cavender will answer that question.
They haven't finished. So they haven't finished cutting all the trees. There's multiple things that my maintenance do on a daily basis. And so if they had a full 5 days to go out and do it, they would do it. They have to do trash on Monday and Tuesday.
I understand.
Yeah, so they'll be back out. But they also had to cut down Colony Road because they were having the parade. So they stopped where they did over on your area to do Colony Road so they could get that done for the parade.
If I'm not mistaken, they cut from Fair. If I'm not mistaken, because I've seen it myself, from Fairway Circle, they cut all the way to Airport, or at least to the Oaks. And that was quite an undertaking because that's a bucket and everything else out there. And I know your concern is your RV. They've already cut all that. So she just explained that hopefully we can get the rest done as soon as possible. It's on the list.
But the worst part is coming in through the gate and down the hill. That is the worst part. I got it.
You're talking about from the NCO down to the gate, from the NCO club down to the gate, and up from the gate up past the NCO club.
I cannot stay in one lane. I'm back and forth all the time.
Well, I see lots of RVs come into the.
There are six. Yeah, there are 6 or 7 my size. The rest of them are fifth wheels, which is just as tall, 13.5 feet. And with you striping on there, it's a safety issue now. You know, because I cannot stay in the right lane. Period.
In the meantime, the only thing I can tell you is you need to be careful. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you until we can cut the streets.
I've been careful for over a year. Actually, when I first came on here, I mentioned it several times. I even talked to Philip when I tore down one of your power lines. He said, "Well, DLP is supposed to be doing the trees."
No, not that tall. DLP is only supposed to be doing 10 feet off the ground for people to be able to walk on it.
Well,
Now they may help us with it, They may help us with it, but it's not what their contract
That's what
says.
Philip told me.
Well, I was not there to hear that conversation, so I don't know. But it's still on the agenda.
I'm empathetic to
It's been over a year.
Yeah, and I'm empathetic to your situation. It's one vehicle, one member situation. But we need,
No,
I wish we
there's
could-
quite a few RVs that use the same thing. Matter of fact, I think you've had a couple come up to your office to talk about it. I think you had Carl Moody come up and
Yeah, I haven't talked
Michael
to him.
Walsh come up.
I haven't.
Ms. Kevin, do you have any idea what it would cost to clear those trees from security up all the way to the motel, more or less?
No, I don't, but what I can
Are
do
we
is I
talking about
can
the
go
oak
get
trees?
bids on a
Yes, I missed that.
contractor.
Huh?
I can get bids on a contractor.
That would be worth, I guess, a thing.
Is it not possible to drive around the left side of the empty saddle?
Oh, I drive around, I try to drive around. When you go from the stop sign towards the 90, I have to pull all the way out on the left side. Cars coming, go down, weave my way through.
But you're talking about the west side around the empty saddle park, correct? I'm saying, can you not drive on the east side?
I'm sorry?
The east side. There's
By maintenance, right?
by the maintenance building. Can you not wrap around by the maintenance building to cut up? There's no trees set back.
That's a lot of it right there. Even comes through the gate where the stop sign is. I have to go on the left side, the visitors side, because there's too many trees hanging out on the right side. And I still rode on the left side coming down there. I've probably got $10,000 worth of damage on my bus right now.
I think
It's just continuing.
at this juncture, we can get a quote and we can discuss it next month. That's all we can do at this point. And I understand your concern. It hasn't been ignored. Whether it costs, I have no idea whether it costs 1,000 or 5,000. Whether it's gonna cost 1,000 or 5,000, I don't know, but we'll try to get a quote on that. To see how much it's gonna cost to clear out.
I would
the
like to
trees.
go look. I would like to go look. So if I come in from the fort, which specific trees do you need come? I'm driving in or I'm driving out, like which ones? Like they're by the NCO club? Where,
Motel. Yeah.
up by the
the
motel. Those are kind of decorative, right?
No.
We go around the left side.
But right by the motel, is that the main area between the parking lots and the motel?
All the way up. All the way from the entry of the gate, all the way up to the motel.
Yeah.
Right.
All
But if
right,
you were to
well,
go-
I'll take a cruise, check it out.
I
Right,
have video of it if you want to see it.
right, but there's more than one road to get.
I'm sorry?
You don't have to go from the security gate to between Patton and Bullis Hall. You can cut left around Empty Saddle, go on the west side. There's no trees, that route.
East side.
East side, I'm sorry, on the east side of Empty Saddle Park, there are no trees going all the way up to the road that runs right.
There's a tree right above when you make that left turn.
By maintenance, do you understand what you're talking about?
No, Before you get to
He's
maintenance.
talking about when you turn in.
You're talking about,
There's a tree.
And that's to the
on
bridge.
Creek side, on the east side, that overhangs.
all right, I know that one tree, but so if that one tree, as opposed to all the trees on the route going up past the NCAO club to the motel, if or Clark Road, if we're only talking about the one tree close to security by the bridge, that's substantially different, and you can take an alternate route beyond that, then we're talking about trimming one tree as opposed to trimming many trees. And not to mention trees that are like heritage oaks around our
Yeah.
historic structures.
So I'm kind of with you. I'd like to look at it, but I remember this when I was a kid. That this isn't like this isn't the first time that something like this has come up. And what they used to do is Matt or somebody would meet them over at the side gate and go in and out on the side gate. So I mean, if it came down to cutting giant heritage trees or the
side
once of 2 months that we got to open the side gate over here, let's just open the side gate.
Yeah.
Just call up and say security, go open the side gate. You come in over there. You don't have to get around any trees.
Used to do that all
Then
the
you gotta
time.
come
years
down
ago.
Scales
Yeah,
Road.
I remember that. Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago, we trimmed those trees, one right next to the guard shed, because it was hanging over. And the 2 or 3 after you cross the bridge, we trimmed those trees. And you know what the fort said? They said, you don't have permission to trim the trees, and Philip got after us because we left the piles there. Those trees need to be trimmed up at least 14 feet. You got semis coming in here delivering beer. I don't think your people understand what we're talking about.
That's
I
great that
understand.
members are
Go look at
healthy, but members should not be cutting major trees on major thoroughways without getting a permit.
We're not
from the
cutting
board.
trees, we're trimming the branches that are low hanging on the tree. We're not cutting down
Well,
trees.
you know what, some people could get overboard, maybe you're good at it, maybe you're not, that's why we have a common property form, that's why we should cooperate with the volunteers and work together instead of people just running around doing stuff, because sometimes that doesn't turn out well, sometimes it does.
They don't even know you're talking about.
There's a form for permission. I've known these trees my whole life. There's a form for permission for cutting trees because members chop down trees and call it trimming. And I've seen that happen repeatedly. That you cannot cut trees, especially any tree. You can't cut any tree without permission. And it should be supervised better than it has been over the years because I've seen trees entirely killed by members.
And you can see the size difference of the vehicle by our.
Hold on, one person's talking. Hold on, please.
I mean, it's past noon.
And
Use Scales Road. There are no trees along there. All it takes is a phone call to apparently Matt.
Exactly, yeah, that
Yeah, I mean,
helps.
if there was a
We'll do
solution
it.
given, let's go with it.
Well, I would say interimly, let's do that. Let's interimly do that and then let's look, we'll all look at the trees. We all gotta drive in and out of there.
Probably gonna be last month they would do it.
This is the first I'm hearing about it, so I can't.
Mr. Lane, she promised that she was gonna cut some of the trees. Some of the trees have been cut from Fairway Circle all the way to the Oaks or Airport. She has not ignored you, okay? I'm sorry to say, but you're not the only situation on the fort, as you can tell by the meeting. There's multiple situations happening at one time. She knows about it. I don't know what a reasonable amount of time is. All I can say is it will be done in a reasonable amount of time.
I thought we just said East Scales Road was a great option and we're going with that.
But I'm not the only one complaining about it.
Okay,
I'm
Go
the only
Scales
one
Road.
asking about it.
Scales.
I got you, and I understand. We're not ignoring you, but I mean, they're just,
I mean, until we can finish, I think opening the gates will help. I didn't even know that was an option, to be honest with you.
I think
So,
it's a better option than whacking down.
and that's,
Then you gotta come down Scales Road and make a left turn there. There's still the trees right there.
okay, I get it. The whole fort's full of trees. I understand that. We'll go look at it and we'll see where we're at. And if you want to drive around with me, you want me to drive with you, you can show me.
well, we have a maintenance person now. We have a maintenance person. You can have a maintenance person.
I will have Lee go with you and Lee, and you can,
Sounds like
and
a
he can
great
mark
idea.
them. Yes.
Okay,
You'll
next,
understand.
next question, Mr. Lane.
Golf course.
Balance sheet of the golf course and maintenance department. Who's in charge of the golf course, meaning who makes decisions on what needs to be done and where the money goes?
I think we all answered that.
You got that answer?
Yeah.
Good. The last question you had was the shape of the maintenance department. Nothing is organized. You want people to come to the board, but the one look of the property as a whole, not sure how many would invest in property. Well, I respect your opinion, but that's your opinion.
Okay.
Okay, so as far as maintenance, she's responsible for maintenance. And we will do what we can at all times for what we can do. But,
This
this
is
is a very strong indictment against the maintenance department, whether we have
Look at the pictures.
well, we have 6 people working to maintain 2,700 acres.
I think the point is it's not being maintained, not how many people we don't have to do
Mr.
it.
Lane, I was gonna say this kind of at the end, I made a note. We all acknowledge there's deficiencies. I mean, we all know that. But I was gonna give kudos to Charlena we have discussed it, the previous board discussed it. I imagine even maybe Travis's board discussed it, about having an assistant manager. And that's not what Lee is gonna be, but essentially that's what he'll be. This is, I have extensive time and experience in managing stuff like this association in general, like, maintenance and doing a lot of admin. I don't think I could do this by myself. This is a lot of work, and that's after being here for 3 years. It's a lot of work.
I agree.
So what I'm saying is that I think maybe some of these, some of the issues, some of the complaints, some of the deficiencies, Mr. Lee Gilby is going to step in and I'm just going to call him assistant manager because I don't know what else to call him. But as an assistant manager, I really think we're headed in the right direction to kind of start hitting some of these on the head instead of just letting them pass us by. So I hope that's where we're going. And we acknowledge that that there's always going to be stuff.
And so the record is clear. If we don't have enough people to do the work, I don't oppose the idea of contracting some of this stuff out. But
I don't think.
my decision is my decision. It might not be everybody else's decision or want to. That was your last question, Mr. Lane. Are we good?
We're there.
Okay. Facilities and infrastructure compliance manager. That's what I just hired.
Yeah, I'm not going to call him that.
I am.
Assistant
He
manager.
likes it. He's happy.
Can you get me in touch with him?
I will.
Please.
I will definitely, and
Thank
he
you.
will be happy to drive around with you and you can show him all your concerns. Okay. Okay.
Don't plan on it.
As far as the tree trimming, does the fort have to give the electric companies permission to come and trim the trees around their lines?
We can't do that. They have to do their own.
Exactly. So while they're here, maybe you could make a deal to do some of our work. Now, I don't know what the state number today is as far as clearance on highway. Okay? When I was working for Rio Grande Electric, the clearance on highway for wire was 18 feet. Okay? That was the legal number. I don't know what it is now because, a bridge that goes over the highway started at 18 feet, but they paved it 839 times. I don't know what the clearance on now is.
Mr. Herman, your point is get in contact with the companies whether you're here, correct?
Yeah, Rio Grande Electric uses the company and AEP uses the company.
Gotcha.
They're here.
Lee
Thank
talked
you,
to
Bill.
them.
Mr. Lane, you have another
He's
question?
gonna be a busy man.
Well, last question. I've actually cut a lot of trees already on either way. I didn't cut ones in front of other people's houses because I was afraid of repercussions of that. Am I allowed to cut the trees on somebody else's property?
No, the trees are on common property.
That's right.
A lot of the trees are on common property. They belong to the association. That's why you have to get permission from the association
Or private owner?
and or the homeowner.
So
So the
But
answer
don't
is
cut
no.
trees.
answer is no. Well, I already cut a bunch. And I still got that pile of brush that I told you about last
Well,
month.
they're, what is it? I almost forget.
The brush is gonna be picked up this week. There's only 3 days work week. There's only 3 days of working this week, maintenance. If it doesn't get this week, it'll be done hopefully before the new year.
Their bulldozers broke down. We had to drive to go.
Tractor.
Tractor.
All right, next Ms. Linda O'Brien is requesting up to $1,500 for the stables.
I'm scared.
And you can come up or not, but
I had requested to do this in executive session.
I know, but the board has to approve it.
Okay.
So,
So approvals are-
well, it started real quick. Charlene and I went and checked out the stables. Through Linda's leadership, they've done a fabulous job over there. But what's even a bigger thing for me is that Mr. John Wers has done an outstanding job for Linda and the stables. The work is excellent and being very well done. and he's not charging the membership a dime.
Now, I'm also volunteering.
And she volunteered too.
Yeah, but he's
So,
by far, you know. he
so the
puts
issue
all-
here is, we talked about it, she said, could we consider voting on up to $1,500 in materials, paint and wood, or to finish off the stables. We talked about it in front of Shar. She said she wouldn't mind on the agenda. It's on the agenda. So now, board, it's up to us whether we want to give her the $1,500 so she can finish the stables, or don't give it to her.
I just would like to add, thank you, Memo, that I have personally put $600 of my own money into the barn because this is that important to me.
Mike.
Oh. Yeah, no. Okay.
I think my entire motivation is that we have free labor. And free labor is hard to come by.
You're looking at it, and the expertise that this man has is phenomenal. I'm the one who runs around, buys the material, drags it home on my trailer. David Bitter and I unload it. It almost killed us. Some of those boards are huge. You know, so there's other people involved as well. I also have 1, 2, 3 people, including a board member who has donated money. So we're trying to raise it anywhere we can, yet keep it down to a dull roar for the board. But if we don't finish fixing the barn, some of us aren't going to be here.
I got you.
That's all I can say. You guys make your decision.
I'll make a motion to approve $1,500 for Linda to.
I would like to ask a couple of questions.
Sure, I mean, we get them in the motion. I'm just saying,
Yeah. There's $1,500, about $1,500 in the GoFundMe account that.
I know, right now we're fighting tooth and nail to get it out.
Right, but you do have money in the GoFundMe of about $1,500, and it's been not able to get it out because Frances passed away and she's the administrator. You got $1,000. Did you get the $1,000 from community council? Yeah.
No, they won't give it to me without. The other issue is it has to go into a tax-free account. And for some reason, that seems to be an issue. I went to a community council meeting, sat through the whole thing and hoping to speak to someone, and they said they didn't want to talk about it. They'd get back to me. I haven't heard anything. And
but the $1,000, they committed to giving you the $1,000.
Right.
And you haven't gotten it. So do they just need receipts? If you take the receipts to them?
That's the other thing that was said last week. Yeah. That's the other thing that was said the other days. Well, you didn't give us any receipts. I went to the meeting.
Mike, please.
People watching. I went to the meeting. I sat through the whole meeting, waiting to talk to somebody. Then they told me right out front, they didn't want to talk about it that day. They'd get back in touch. They have not gotten back in touch. There's a window. This is a simple thing, but there's a window where this work needs to be done. Meaning the weather. It's cool now. We go at it like wild people over there for hours. I've even had some people from the Catholic Church come in to help paint. I mean, people want this to happen. A lot of people don't care. They don't want to get involved. But there's this small core of people that want this to happen. And the opportunity is here now to get the barn where it should be. There's still a few other odds and ends. That's another year. Talk to Jim, see what he wants for it, blah, blah, blah. But if you ask your chairperson there, he went in and said, oh, this looks really nice. This is looking really good. So then he walks down to the other end of the barn that hasn't been touched. And his response was, oh my God, I can see why you're here. And and you're all invited to come and see that, oh my God, this needs to be done. But
Well, if there's a concern of that, I didn't know about the additional money, but if there's a concern of the additional money sitting in a GoFundMe, I don't know that this would work. However,
it might not be enough.
There's additional money at GoFundMe. There's $1,000 from the community council. that needs to be worked on getting that money out. And everything that has to be done down there is cosmetic. Everything that's been done structurally, preservation has already been done. And I'm not trying to say the stables don't need to be done. They do. And I'm sure it's very, very nice. I just don't know the urgency because right now we're still working on our budget. We don't know how much money we have or don't have.
Let's be realistic. A special assessment is not enough to pay for the motel. It's not. The max that we can special assess is not even gonna pay for the motel. So can we figure out these massive problems first before we just be giving out more money? Especially considering there's money sitting there. We're just waiting for some digital switches to flip so you can get it out of there. That's my opinion.
Well, you may not have the 2 or 3 people involved available.
We have free labor right
I
now.
think those are all good points. I was gonna throw out something in the middle here, is that if there wasn't a lot of money additionally needed outside of the $1,500, that we advance the $1,500, and when your $1,500 comes in, that gets donated to 4 o'clock days or community council or something like that.
I'm not opposed to that.
I'm just-
I would like to have the opportunity, if we can get done what we need to get done. I mean, we're not spending money stupidly. I have $600 on this myself. Because I don't want to stop. I want to keep moving. We're making a tremendous difference. I understand money's tight, but
I think you can get more money on GoFundMe. You just stop because the money's stuck in there.
no, we didn't stop. We stopped because no more came in. No more.
You gotta
signed
promote
up.
it more and tell more people. If you just sit there and wait for miracles.
I
to
can't
happen.
promote it and tell more people and be at the barn working around the clock. I mean,
It's
to be
on the
honest with that.
computer. You just get on there, get someone that's savvy to put a few posts on Facebook and blast it around the horse lovers around the world and such. I mean, that's how you do
It's
it.
up to you guys. If we don't get the money, we probably won't move forward because we can only do so
But
much.
Community council has $1,000, right? Why won't they give it to you?
I'm not quite sure.
That's what she said.
They're having issues with working through the. Okay, you all know the issues that go through getting to the bank account when you get on a board or whatever. They're having issues unlocking that account so that they can move things around, both with all of their.
So outside of their GoFundMe access, their bank accounts are somehow.
They're
tied up
having
too.
issues because the authentication are on the devices that they can't get access to.
Well, it sounds about how like people handle things around here, not like actually federally recognized corporations to their business.
Exactly. It's an access issue that's tied to the devices that are in the estate. That's the issue.
Right. Yeah.
And
So, but I have a couple of questions. So have we looked at, and I know that this is a hard number to come up with. But I do have some round numbers. Do we know how much has been invested in the stables in the last 3 to 5 years?
She would know.
not right off the top of my head, but it's not a lot.
Wasn't there a repair done for $20,000+?
Oh, that was for the those big thingies.
So that was at the
about
stable.
about 8 years back. It was 38,000 because all of the big supports, 8x8s. The entire length of the barn had to be replaced.
Yeah, I don't believe it was 8 years ago. I believe it was in the last 5 years, or at least since 2021. So there's $38,000 there that have been spent. There's been other, projects gone in multiple times that boards have looked at the expenses and at the actual income from the stables, and I know that those numbers change. I believe Linda went and got all the numbers for the surrounding areas for light accommodations and then discounted it. But I haven't heard any mention. I hear this in other topics and conversations around expenses and what we're doing and how we're spending money. But are we going to look at, the ROI on our numbers here? Obviously, it can't all be ROI, but are we even market rate?
No.
So we're not market rate.
Well, that's Sharon, your own board member, called all around Texas, and the numbers are between 100 and 200 a month, depending on the facility.
And where are we now?
80.
So at 100 and 200, it's going through, so I can't
So
do
I
that.
feel
So
like
There's also a plan to keep increasing it though, correct?
I just increased it to 80. When I got here, it was $35.
oh, I know where it was. So it's at 80, and so 80 with how many stalls?
7.
7
We
stall
got 7.
We
fees.
got two, that, I
Oh,
got
that one's
contract.
got
So
two.
$560 a month. So
But we still have, she's the only one that got increased to 80. The others, the rest of them are still at 55 because their lease hasn't expired yet until like January or February.
okay,
Then
so
it'll
in
be
short
December.
order, we'll be bringing
Yeah.
$560 a month at the new rate. And we've spent how much? What are our expenses?
Sand,
Yeah,
buying,
I actually
buying
have the
maybe
lease
2
down.
loads of sand a
I can get it.
year.
I mean,
It's about $600.
Well, I'm just trying to get back to where we're looking at this as we look at everything else that comes up and what is the benefit to the association? Where are we at as far as actual structural versus cosmetic? And there's money available for this. And so if people have already donated money for this and then the association is going to throw more money on top of it, I mean,
We broke even when I raised the income for the rental. We broke even on what we provided. That's why we went up or going up in increments. Does that
including
make sense?
property tax and utilities and
Yeah, it included utilities, not the property tax.
so the property tax on 8 acres.
Yeah, I don't know that number. I'd have to go and look.
That's
That would be the only thing I didn't include when I first increased that.
Is the property tax ag use? Or
No,
I think yeah, it's not gonna be ag use, but I think you get where I'm going
Yeah.
with.
I do, and I have, as I was involved in the recently completed repairs on the stables, I've inspected it. It is tied into, my evaluation of the motel as well. And in that regard, the stables are in substantially better, more complete shape than the motel by a lot. Like we're talking the straps and stuff we're gonna have to add to the motel. The motel might be at 5 to 10% original remaining, whereas the stables has some original, has some new from the expensive job that was done with the new 8x8 posts, and it's more like 85 or 90% complete. It is substantially in better shape than our motel. When our motel is our moneymaker, and our motel is also a really big expense coming up. So, but furthermore, one thing that hasn't been said, that part of the issue is that anyone can raise their own money and for a thing and do it. But when it comes to levying money from the board for our historic structures, we have a committee for that, and it's preservation. And circumventing preservation for, for its role is not appropriate. Especially considering preservation has already approved a repair and spent money for a repair this year on the stables. And there's also, as my understanding, there was $1,800 in the GoFundMe account, which I did contribute to, by the way. So my money's tied up, and plus the 1,000, that's $2,800. Again, we're looking at repairs on the motel that will exceed what we can generate in a special assessment. So I know it seems like a little, but the money's there. It'll come out. You'll get it out of GoFundMe eventually. There's people, you have people.
It hasn't moved in months.
And in reality, we can drop a special assessment. That doesn't mean everybody's gonna get out their money. We're assuming that people, we're gonna have to badger people. Some people refuse to pay it. In the past, did not someone never pay it and then we had to fight them for it,
Yes, they
Yes.
did.
So it's not gonna be just, oh, hey, special assessment can get us 60 grand or whatever the number is, and then the next day we got 60 grand to spend on the motel. It's not gonna work like that. It's gonna come in like slowly as people get around to acknowledging that we even charged them for something.
Directors, we're not, the request is not for $15,000, it's for $1,500, or up to $1,500. We can even do it less for.
Which doesn't even need a board vote.
But
doesn't even need this conversation.
Well,
It's not a board level of stuff. Could things get spent in here for $1,500 every day that we don't sign off on or know?
you want to make a motion for that? That way you can give them 14 days?
No.
I mean, that's why I brought it to the board. She asked and I brought it to the board. The board can either decide or not. If we say no, I guess Sharp can still do it. She might not even need $1,500. My thing is, we got free labor.
Excellent labor.
And it's
This
good.
guy's phenomenal.
So If the board is against it, that's fine. If the majority say no, that's good, whatever y'all, no one's being forced, no one's being forced to vote yes or no.
It's the last one.
I know.
Stamp. Well, that, so you give her $1,500. She gets 50. Are you? So the board has already spent $1,500 on her this year on the stable. And then she's got another $1,500 sitting, I think roughly in the community council. I talked to Maria, I think the last name was Martin, on Monday. And she said, please tell Linda that we want to speak to her to have her come back again to community council. And I did tell Linda that.
I have not spent $1,500 on the barn. It was donated. I have 3 or 4 people who have given me $1,500. That you guys didn't have to pay for it.
I just said preservation, the group that, which is the board, has spent $1,500 on the stable this year. And then she's got another $1,500 sitting over at community council that needs to be accessed. There is an access problem, which I think Travis spoke to. And I don't know what else is sitting out there. But we're not a bank. And yes, I mean, it may have to wait until she gets her money, because you give her $1,500 and then she's got another $1,500 coming in from community council.
You're absolutely correct.
That's all I'm saying.
We're not a bank.
Well, if I loan $1,500, can I charge interest?
Oh, I like where we're going.
What is the
I mean,
motion?
I'll get my money back.
You wanna redo your motion?
Well, second, well, we already know where it's gonna go.
Okay,
So,
just we'll vote on it. So your motion, you've done your motion, right?
yeah, I already did.
Okay, I second the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed to the $1,500 going to the stables? Raise your hand. Okay, 3, 2. Sorry, Linda, didn't go.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Sharon Sablas Motor Spring Declaration Petition. I know we talked a little bit about it, but go ahead and give us the final touch.
I have a petition for.
Mike.
I have a petition that I will be glad to give to anybody that would like to sign a declaration of how not having the springs and not having Kinney County Board water, groundwater. Do their failure to do the rules, to do protect the aquifer. It's just a document. It doesn't have to be certified or anything like that. But if you personally have observed and experienced how it's impacted the excessive drawdown of the springs or the system, and you would like to put your observations on a declaration, let me know. I'll be glad to send it to you electronically and you can type it in, or I can make a copy of it and you can write it in. But we do need to get these petitions will be integrated into the petition that we're going to have written. It's going to be sent to the enforcement agency that can enforce these rules and ask them for their help.
As far as the board is concerned, you just want us to be on all of us be on board?
I would like all of y'all to be on board with that, and I would like if Charlena or the fort could put together something about how it has affected the port financially with the springs being drawn down.
Okay, I thought the petition was already prepared. I thought this was just to approve the signing.
The declaration is going to be attached to the petition. The attorney's still working on it, and we do have an attorney. We have an attorney that has volunteered at no charge to help us get this put together and sent to the correct people. And when I talked to him the other day, he's also volunteered to go to the meeting and present it to the proper people that needs to.
So then my next question is, how much time, how much time is Ms. Shar you think she's gonna need to get you that information? Away from whatever she else has to do. You know, if she can pull out how much we lost in the motel last year, would that suffice? Because that won't take that long. I'm assuming that won't take very long.
John just did it.
I don't know what all John's done, but he pulled out a bunch of information.
John just.
John has a lot of information on how much money we've lost, and it would be, for the past 4 years that we've not had any water in here.
But you're also gonna have to compare what we made prior to that to show the loss.
Right.
So when it wasn't a drought, we're gonna have to look at what we brought in, and most of that's gonna be during summertime. It doesn't take that long to pull it in, but I don't know how far QuickBooks, well, they have the old system for QuickBooks, so I
We could
can.
potentially see the accountants on it, and it's not like something that an accounting firm could use.
So be a
We have some
process.
things we have to work on here that's because it happened in here, but I think they can generate some of those reports, and we can try to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
So do you need a motion for us to adopt the petition or?
There's nothing to
No,
adopt.
I mean, do you want us to do something?
I'm just opening it up to individuals that live in Kinney County that are available. If they have anything, once we get the petitions together and the attorney finishes the letter that they're going to be attached to, I'll bring it back before the board for a board vote for me to be able to send it to the enforcement agency.
Any other discussion?
Oh, hey, Sharon, I was just letting you know that I would get that other information too, so they could speak. Not that I didn't want to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, next item, preservation expenditure, $3,500. That's the part 2 of the bill, correct? I'm assuming.
I don't know.
The preservation. What is exactly preservation wanting from us? Besides $3,500?
To repair the windows at the art studio.
That's what okay, because I just heard that we're gonna save money because they're not gonna pay the advance on,
I think
or
we
the,
separated it out. Because I think it says something about windows in another area of your agenda. It's on this one.
oh, this is, Mrs. Huey provided it.
Yeah.
The bid, okay.
So y'all have already approved the funds to be released?
Oh, yes, in
Yeah.
fact, we approved the bid and also the funds. And then it goes to you, and you do the final approval of the fund.
I have no issues with this.
Yeah.
They're our committee. They've already approved
3,500
it.
for the windows.
To
There's
repair
nothing
the
for
windows
us.
and wall at the art studio, yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Motion?
I'm making a motion to approve their November 2025 vote of the Historic Preservation Committee approving a $3,500 bid from MK Builders to repair windows at the art studio.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous vote. Next item, motel plumbing repairs up to $3,000. Everyone has an itemized list of costs. I put up to $3,000, but in actuality, drum roll please, 1909.
Well,
And this is for the parts to do the work because maintenance is gonna do the work. With the assistance of Bud.
With the assistance of what?
Mud's gonna
Yes.
help.
Where is this plumbing in the building?
It's a motel.
There-
All of it?
So that, no, the situation is
Started in room 28, I believe.
You want to explain?
Well, my bill's dead. There's cast iron in the motel, and you know, when you marry, well, cast iron has a lifespan, and it's met that lifespan. So now they're gonna convert, it's deteriorating, it's having problems with collecting debris and clogging. So the bid is to convert the cast iron over to PVC in order to eliminate the clogging issue that we're having at the motel. I mean, it's a mandatory issue. I don't really think there's anything for us to discuss.
And it's gonna be a one-day job, hopefully.
Well, I won't say, I'm not gonna say how long it's gonna
Okay.
take, because if something goes wrong, because that's old piping down there, I mean, there's.
And that was the initial assessment date, right? That was the initial assessment,
Estimating.
estimating, okay,
I'm gonna say more than that, but
okay. Any other questions regarding the list that was provided to us this morning?
No.
Well, let me make the motion. Let me make a motion to, for the motel plumbing repairs that we spend up to, I'm gonna say $2,000, just in case. Unless
I
someone
would
else
say
feels,
maybe 22, just to be safe, because things happen all the time. So-
the mic,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I want to say something too.
go ahead. Okay.
We're running our mics here. So we can approve the $2,000 and you are well within your authority to add.
Oh, okay, then I'm good. Okay, thank you.
That's fair, buddy.
I'm just trying to be safe.
Okay, so the motion's up to $2,000. If there's a penny more, Ms. Cavender has the authority to add the penny for the motel repair, the piping, the plumbing. That's my motion.
Second.
All those in favor? All right.
Probably shouldn't have left this for last.
I'm gonna make it quick.
Quick, done. Max.
Motel, special assessment for motel repairs. Ladies and gentlemen, my biggest regret is that, I'm talking on my behalf, is that it's taken this long. And, we are where we're at. And, hold on, we are where we're at. And, it's my understanding we have two bids. It's, I'm hoping that whatever is decided regarding special assessment, my biggest concern regarding special assessment is the issue of collecting it. But let's see what all the directors have to say about it.
I first want to chime in since I've done the work along with the engineers to get us to this point that starting a project, which includes as-built, back and forth communication between architect and engineer, producing drawings, getting out bids, that process lasting from April to December is not a long time by any standards. In fact, single houses take longer than that. Houses can take 1 to 1.5 years to just design and get through construction. So for those who have been impatient, let me tell you, for volunteer work, the pace at which this has gotten to the point of bidding and receiving bidding and about to be construction is not slow coming from someone who does this every day for a living. This has not been a slow process. It may not seem fast for those who aren't used to the process, but to get all this done, including getting board votes to approve spending $350 on engineers fees, this has been fast. Second of all, the repairs, the first time ever, now have a actual guidelines for construction compared to the previous bid that was sent in based off of a walking estimate of what needs to be done. The repairs were evaluated and by engineers, and then potential solutions for those were presented to the engineer for approval. They were approved, all the possible options, which was a lot, maybe 16 to 18 different ways to do it. not including multiples of combining those ways. A couple were picked out to be used for and bid on. In that regard, there is a historic option that I don't even know that I need to go into the detail of this. There's more than one option, but we're having one particular option presented to us. Between approving to do this and actual construction, that option can get modified, which is normal in the bid construction process to keep refining it. There's a pricing set, not a construction set. Either way, from the pricing set, that exceeds what we can raise in a special assessment. I'm gonna ask the treasurer to chime in on this because part of it deals with understanding our money and the rules. So first I want to get clarity because this was mentioned earlier relative to the golf course that there's not a requirement to have 3 bids. There's a requirement to send out to people, and we have exceeded the requirement for reaching out for bids. That only 2 have come in is not, it doesn't prevent us from moving forward, just to make that clear. Furthermore, since this is both preservation and capital expense, as it's with a motel, it's a little different than some of our other historic structures, and the repairs substantially more than they can afford. I'm considering a hybrid payment on it. Some funds coming from preservation, some funds coming from our restricted fund. Likely, the majority of that coming from the restricted fund. What that balance is kind of needs to be figured out. Either way, it's not that we don't have enough money in our restricted fund to cover the costs. It's that taking that much money out of our restricted and or preservation fund will then put us in a precarious position to not be able to afford potential other emergency repairs. Say we have a hailstorm and need to replace 5 roofs. We wouldn't have the money to do it. So and that justifies a special assessment per our governing documents. It doesn't have to be that we're going to hit 0 and go into the red to do the repair. We just have to show a need for levying an assessment when we know the size of the expense will put us in a precarious position.
Yeah, so basically, once we pay the rest of the money to the restricted fund, then we're gonna talk bulldozer, and we're gonna talk other restricted items that we're gonna probably need to pony up for. Not doing a special assessment would pretty much deplete our money, or at least take it to where if we actually did have a real problem that we had to deal with, we may not even have enough to do it. So, I got on this board to do the right thing for everyone, and I have 12 memberships, so I'm gonna have to pick 12 special assessments. The best thing for me is to say, no, I don't wanna do it. I'm gonna go and spend my $700-800 on vacation or something. But that's not how I feel about it. We need to fix our buildings. We need to fix the motel. And Aaron has said this is a 50-year fix or whatever. It's not a Band-Aid for 15 grand that is just gonna be redone next year or the next year. And again, like I have to see on some of those repairs. So that's my opinion.
I agree with you, Jason. We gotta get it done. And we gotta, I think we gotta do it. I might have a little bit of a different, take on this. Charlena, we're in the first quarter of the RV park and we projected in 25, 26 in our budget that we were gonna make, 283 at the RV park. We're in the first quarter, we're at 110. So what, a lot of that's due to the fact that you raised the prices. So what's the word on the street right now that you kind of know is how long everybody's supposed to stay?
They're supposed to be here all the way till February.
February? Okay.
We've got a
So-
group leaving right now, and we got another group coming in right away.
So
Yeah, so we haven't got
two more months at $36,000 average. So another $72,000 at this heightened rate, which will put us at 182,000 for the year. roughly, and we won't even be through the second quarter. And we're at 283 total. So we're probably gonna hit our goal and if not exceed it. Here's the problem I have. We don't have profit and loss statements. And Jason, you said earlier, you said, well, even if we did have one, it wouldn't be accurate. And I agree. And I have a hard time asking the membership to put money in the, in the mail to send to us when we don't have a profit and loss statement to even know what direction we're headed. We don't know whether we're meeting the budget right now. We're 3 months into this budget and we don't know whether we're $40,000 under or $40,000 over. We don't know. And so how can we ask the membership to then put out a special assessment when we don't know how much money we've lost or made? Certainly as big picture and then even itemized, which it's always been that way between the motel and RV park and everything else. We don't even know how much money we made, how much money we've lost, where we're bleeding money, where we're making money, but we want to tell the membership that they got to pay us money for a special assessment. I think there's a very good chance that between what the RV park is going to make, and through, other avenues that it may not be necessary to have a special assessment if the bid is that number that we have floating around, and that's what we decide to accept. And if I'm wrong, then somebody prove me wrong.
Well, we may not have to finance a bulldozer if we don't spend all the money on the motel, and that's gonna cost interest and all manner of things in the future. There's all things gonna come up. How many things break around here? How many times do we need to get a new vehicle? How many times do we have to deal with something we didn't expect to?
Well,
Tons.
Jason, please hear me very clearly. I'm not arguing that. We are on the same page. Here's my problem. Is that what is our complete and clear being the very important word? What is our clear reasoning for needing the special assessment based off of the bids that we currently have? What is the crystal clear that we can go to membership and say, this is why? Because I don't have that information to make that decision right now. I have a gut feeling.
I mean, it's
but I don't
really a
have that
restricted
information.
budget item. It's a restricted item. It's a capital improvement on one of our major buildings. It could and should come out of the restricted fund. We know that we don't have a ton that would be in the restricted fund. If we take this money out and take the bulldozer out or whatever else comes up, we're getting low. All the years that people didn't get special assessments or didn't raise the assessments because people couldn't afford a couple more bucks, that's one of the reasons we don't have a lot more things fixed and a lot more money in the bank. If we're always like, well, we don't want to do it to the membership. I don't want to do it to myself. I really don't want to pay 12 times that. I'm not a millionaire. I live in a mobile home, but I don't want to come up $700-800. I really don't. But I really think that we need a bigger cushion of things that was going to come. We need the dump to be fixed, right? We need the bulldozer. I think we need the bulldozer. Honestly, I'm tired of spending money on containers, not even having the power to do a deal with the city because we don't even have equipment to do it with them. We'd be in a lot better negotiating position if we're like, we've got a half-life bulldozer ready to smash and trash, but we don't have that. So we're gonna come to them going, well, maybe if we got some, I think there's just so many things here to deal with. There's so many unsolved problems that we haven't had the resources to do. And I just want to know I want the long-term vitality of this place to be solid. And this is the only chance that we have. This year, this is the last meeting that we can do a special assessment. If we don't do it, that's like all those years where they didn't raise the regular assessments. It's gone. It's over. You can't ask for it anymore. You can't do it.
For additional information, the last special assessment was in 2016. And that was because we needed $60,000 for the trash truck that we currently have and that we continually fix. That's another issue. Jason, you're correct. This year is the last year. This is the last meeting up until December 31st to decide on the special assessment. That doesn't mean we can't do the special assessment next year when we have more information. But just for context, that's what we're talking.
Well, what that precludes, this is our last chance
For this year.
this year. And so next year, we can only do one as well.
Yes.
And in the scenario where we're buying a bulldozer, there's the motel repairs still, which we all consider mandatory, or there's a hailstorm that takes out our roofs.
Let me show you.
We are limited to the one special assessment, which won't cover any, like all of those.
You know, it's 10% of the regular annual assessment. So that's about $50, 12 months, $600. 10% of that's in the range of $60 that we would ask each lot to pay. $60. That's the maximum that we can even request. $60 one time. What's that? $5 a month? I mean, overall, it's $5 a month. You know, I mean, do we want to have a nice place like Alpine and get nice things in here? Or not? Like, who do? I mean, really?
I think my microphone's gone.
Yeah, this is a marathon.
All I'm saying is, it's a
here.
good thing y'all don't own a condo. I paid for the condos, we had $1,000 a person special assessment just in the summer. And now I just have another $1,000 assessment for that's due in January, because we had some major things happen at the condos that wasn't covered under our insurance. So I'm not too concerned about $60, but and it's restricted funds. So you're talking about making the money off the motel and making the money off of the RV park and everything. Not all that money is going to go into restricted fund.
Well, none of it will, but yeah.
None of it will go into a restricted fund. And we've been running close to a $200,000 a year deficit for the past 2 or 3 years on our budget.
Sorry.
And so we don't know, we're probably going to be over budget again this year. According to one of the it's not a profit and loss, but we had someone that took all the money that came in and all the money that went out on a bank statement, a 1 month bank statement, and we were already 10,000 short.
Yeah,
overdrawn.
the budget's not in there.
But the budget's not in there.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, it's off of a bank statement. What came in, what went out was $10,000 deficit. So, I can't see that we're not gonna be running another deficit this year.
I mean, let's look at it like this.
We only have one bite of the apple, and we need to do it.
We probably, you know, what's the chances that we won't want to do or need to do a special assessment for either year? So if we do one now, then we have a little time to get all our books cleaned, and we have time to assess the bulldozer. We actually get the motel fixed. Then maybe next year we're like, well, we hit y'all last year, guys. We don't need to this year because we're short up now and we're running right. But, you know, actually, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to pay 12 times. No, I'm just kidding.
If you do, can I ask if the restricted fund could pay the bill for the motel?
Could it?
Right now.
Once after we transfer all the money since May to there, it could cover it, but then we would be like tapped.
Right, okay. Can you then this month have a assessment of what it's
Special
assessment to replenish the money in the restricted fund?
We can only do one per calendar year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We're just, we know the motel's coming up. We can't be wasting time on the motel. We need to get it done.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if the restricted fund can pay it, you've got the money. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Now you do a special assessment to replenish whatever money you took out of the restricted fund this
I
year.
don't think we'll be able to wait until everyone pays enough.
No, no, I'm
We're
not
gonna
saying
drag
that.
on that.
So the special assessment, as it's defined in our governing documents, can't be used to just replenish a bank account. You have to show an expense that exceeds or, puts you in a precarious position. So if we did a special assessment, the reasoning behind it, it's written here as motel repairs. It could be the bulldozer and the motel. It could be a number of capital expenditures that exceed what we can safely put ourselves in. Safely, again, we will be in a precarious situation if we pay for that and don't levy extra additional money. And it like. And
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is can you rob Peter to pay Paul?
Prefer not.
In other words,
Never work.
get the motel done,
It doesn't work.
put the special assessment out, which you can call motel repairs, and then pay the special assessment bills for the motel repair. Now, that means that, people are not going to pay this month, right? If you were to do a special assessment this month, you probably won't start getting money until next month, at least.
Agreed, but we have to approve it this month.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So if you approve a special assessment,
We got it.
for whatever money you can legally ask for, right? But you go ahead and get the repairs done through the special.
Yes, there's no reason why we can't spend the money as we're collecting the special
That's
assessment.
what
It's
I'm
not
saying.
like we gotta wait, hold on, 6 months later, we didn't get enough people to pay. Uh-oh, no, I mean, the thought is that it will slowly start coming in, there'll be a late fee. Memo knows, that's the first time I talked to him, he charged me $360 a late fee, because my mom died and I didn't know there was such a thing as a special assessment. But actually, I got it half off, I was still mad about that, but anyway.
But my point is that you can get the motel started with the money you have on hand, and then the special assessment will replenish it.
Yes, we can do that.
And then you can have another one next year
Well,
for the dozer.
If needed.
Yeah,
Right, that's
If needed.
what we're proposing, and additionally, it's not like we pay all the money up front in construction anyway. With the contractor doesn't get paid the entire lump sum up front, and then construction, there's draws and completion, etc.
What are you asking for? What would the amount of the special assessment be? How much?
I will have to do the actual declaration,
Right.
whatever, but it's 10% of your annual regular assessment. And I don't think that includes the tack on for restricted and historic. I'm not sure, but if it's 50/31, to say $50 times 12, $600, 10% of that is $60 per month.
Right, okay. Now, you do the contract for the motel. Okay? Because you have the money.
Yeah.
What the contract says and how often they get paid
Bill?
is a
I think
different.
we're just trying to
We're
find
just trying
out
to
what
make a
we're gonna
decision
do.
to-
I think the implementation of how we actually pay when we do is not relevant to, are we gonna approve this thing today or not?
I think you should approve both today. You approve the contract for the motel.
Yes, we'll go and discuss the bid and other bids in executive session and then
Right.
decide on that.
Then you can do the special assessment for the amount of money that you said. Let's say $50. Just do it
Yeah.
this year.
Thank you, Bill. We got it. We understand. Thank you.
So are we gonna vote now, or are we gonna go to executive session and then talk about the bids and X, Y, and Z, and then come back out and vote on it at that time, or we're gonna do it right now?
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with the bids. You gotta.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Regardless, we know the bids exceed what we can
Yes.
levy in a special assessment.
So I make a motion that we pass a special assessment for the amount of money that the maximum amount that we can do it for.
Did you say
percent,
$60?
and 10% of the annual regular assessment.
Okay, of 10% of the annual regular assessment.
I second. Call a vote.
All those in favor, raise your hand. The three.
3.
All those opposed? 3-2, motion carries. Special assessment has been agreed upon.
Number is
$60.
Box.
The special assessment has been passed, it'll be for $60 per membership. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Announcements, town hall. We scheduled one for January the 16th at 6 p.m., which is Friday before our meeting. If you have questions, you can email them in to Ms. Cavender or the fort, or drop them in at the front office, or send questions to your favorite board of director. At this time, it's 1:20. We're going to adjourn into executive session. So we'll come back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hours, she said.
She grew up with love everyone would expect. Had an army behind her, got it from the opposite sex. Friends told her she was beautiful, so she gathered up her confidence, decided to go out on her own. She met you at the peak of her confidence, but all you cared about was would she submit, drop everything and give her all to you. Well, what about what the girls want? What about self-destiny? Shouldn't even be an argument. Consider what's best for me. What about what the girls want? What about self-destiny? Shouldn't even be an argument. Consider what's best for me. What's best for me? Oh.
We have returned back where it's 4:31. We're returning back from executive session. During executive session, we took a few votes in regards to the issues on the regarding issues on the executive session area. First vote was we had a unanimous vote for the lease agreement, a lease agreement awarded for the fire station to commence in January 2026. We agreed on an agreement for the Smithsonian Group regarding Dickman Hall. Dickman Hall restaurant issues remain pending. Additional paperwork from the person making the offer on Dickman Hall restaurant. And we took a vote on the motel update. It's a 4-1 vote. The majority have accepted the contractor for the motel repairs pending amendments. It's now 4:32. The meeting's adjourned.
Can you give me, can I have that, what you